Session meeting to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Let's see, do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, let's see, anybody online for public communications on closed session items?
We do not have Zoom attendees, and there are no e-comments for closed
And
session.
there's no one in the audience, so we'll go on to E. Could you read off what we'll be discussing in
Yes.
closed session, please?
As authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, Conference with Legal Counsel and Labor Negotiator. The employee organizations are Redondo Beach Police Officers Association, Redondo Beach Police Management Unit, and Redondo Beach Firefighters Association. Items F2 through F12 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For F2, the name of the case is Gregory Langadinos versus Los Angeles County Superior Court et al. Case number 225-CV04-746-MEMF-DTB. For F3, the name of the case is Mark Rhodes versus City of Redondo Beach. Chief Joe Hoffman, City Manager Mike Wazanski, Officer Brian, and those 1 through 20 inclusive. Case number 225-CV-09806-PD. For F4, the name of the case is John Bell versus City of Redondo Beach. Case number 225-CV-09421-MCS-SSC. For F5, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board. Case number 20-STCP-03193. For F6, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, bankruptcy CDCal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For F7, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire, LLC, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STCP-02189. For F8, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, 9300 Wilshire, LLC et al. Versus AES Redondo Beach, LLC, bankruptcy CDCal case number 223-AP-01163-ER. For F9, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23-TRCP-00325. For F10, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23-STCB-10146. For F11, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC, and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number B336042. For F12, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number B337897. Items F13 and F14 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F13, the properties are 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APN 7503-029-903. For F14, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina Parking Lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. And for item F15, Conference with Legal Counsel, Public Employee Personnel Matter Evaluation. The title is City Manager. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Wazanski, who will be speaking to these.
Thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park, with perhaps the exception of item F15, I believe it is, or yes, that's 15. For item F1, we will be joined by Laura Calty and Jane Chung. Laura Calty from our Cassidy Whitmore outside labor negotiator, Diane Strickfadden, our Director of Human Resources, and Jane Chung, Assistant to the City Manager, all part of our negotiating team. For items let's see here, 5 through F13, we will be joined by Diana Verrett, Peter Pierce, Abigail O'Brien, and John Wellner, all outside legal counsel on those matters. And then for item F13 and F14, we will have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront Economic Development Director.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Move to recess to closed session.
Second.
Okay, motion a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We will return on or about 6 o'clock to report out on any closed session items that are reportable and to start the regular open meeting of the City Council. Thank you. call, please.
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetowicz. Here. Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji absent, and Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, so we're returning from closed session. Do we have anything to report from closed session?
Yeah, a couple of housekeeping items. We were joined for items F5 through F12 by our Community Development Director, Mark Weiner. We did not have, as previously announced, John Wellner, outside legal counsel, as part of that call. And then for the legal matters listed pursuant to items F2, F3, and F4, the city council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in those matters.
Okay, thank you. So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn to open session?
Moved.
Motion to adjourn to open session?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous with the exception of Councilmember Obaji, who's still out.
Here.
Okay, I'm going to call to order the regular open session meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetowicz.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Barrett for running the last two meetings. You did a great job. I watched the council meetings, and you have the record on the shortest meeting. So one we're not going to achieve tonight. I want to apologize to the public for being late. We had some closed session items that we needed to get through, and so we are starting open session a little bit late. With that, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Okay, now let us all stand for salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Afterwards, I'd like to call up Logan, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Logan, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Logan. I am a second grader at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. I love playing volleyball in Redondo Beach. Please put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you could remain standing now for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Logan, great job. Come on up and get a picture with the council here. I think you win the award for the cutest. Good job. Okay, and now you want to get a picture with us?
All right.
Okay, thanks, Logan. Well done. Okay, now presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports, item D on the agenda. We will start with Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. In the last 2 weeks, I've done a bunch of things. I attended the South Bay City's Council of Governments meeting on October 23rd. Highlights include our progress with the SoCal Regional Energy Network project, a presentation from Waymo on their autonomous vehicle deployments, and one regarding the evaluating the creation of a South Bay Regional Housing Trust. I spent Saturday at the West Basin Water Harvest. There's a lot of practical ways to save water at home and across the region. The grass removal rebate has increased. It's now $6 per square foot for residences and $7 for businesses. You can get a free landscape design as part of that. You can find out more at westbasinca.gov. Last Thursday, we, as a group, many of us, helped RBUSD thank our crossing guards for their service to our community. Also last Thursday, all of us were there to cut the ribbon at the North Branch Library for the new express hours, 9 to 11 a.m. Last Friday, I joined local leaders and partners to sharpen the near-term priorities for Beach City's Health District at their Strategic Development Half-Day Retreat. And finally, the Riviera Village Association Halloween Trick-or-Treat was a howling success with huge crowds this year and great cleanup crews. The village was cleaner on Saturday morning than it was before the event on Friday. Congratulations to all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
I attended the North Branch Library's ribbon cutting ceremony for the extended hours. Also, the Redondo Beach Ed Foundations went for the kickoff of the golf outing that they had. And then I also attended the South Bay Friends Foundation fundraiser on the 31st as well. And that's all I have today.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajirovich.
Yes, I want to announce that we had intended to go up to Monterey to speak to the governor's military council. This was planned for October 27th, and also attend the Installation Innovation Forum to hear from the director of the Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation, and speaking about specifically the DSIP grant, which is the one that we applied for a shooting range. Unfortunately, with the government shutdown, many of those Department of Defense or Department of War partners were not attending that conference. So we did choose to cancel that trip. So we did not have the expense of the hotel. The airfare has been credited, but we're still working on getting the registration for the conference refunded. That was $1,275. So it's unfortunate. But the good part of it is we did have we found an open line of communication with the governor's military council. So we are continuing to pursue some opportunities on that. I also attended the Executive Committee for Regional Homelessness Alignment with the county last Friday, Halloween, discussing Measure A tax spending plan and progress made towards the established goals for homelessness in the county. And this morning I was at South Bay Aerospace Alliance meeting discussing several topics, but top the list today was a potential relocation of Space Systems Command away from LA Air Force Base. We obviously do not want that to happen. That would be a devastating effect on Redondo, the entire region, the county. So that is something that we're keeping an eye on. And I'll be at Veterans Day next Tuesday, 1 p.m., November 11th at Veterans Memorial. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First, thank you, Councilmember Waller, for going to the COG. While he was at the COG, I got to go to the Chargers game. And I did so taking the Beach Cities Transit 102 line. You can see the map online, but it runs throughout Redondo up to the Redondo Beach Metro Transit Station on Marine Avenue, then took the K line up to LAX, the LAX Metro Station, and there's a shuttle that goes directly from Hub 8. It's actually the city's hub, but it gets lent out to the SoFi shuttle for Metro. Takes you directly to SoFi Stadium. That whole trip from North Redondo took me less than 1 hour. Believe it or not. It's a very quick and efficient way to safely travel to and from SoFi Stadium for NFL games only. There are shuttles for the Clippers game, but they're not from that station. You can go to the Metro website and see that. In addition, we did the ribbon cutting. All 5 council members and the mayor attended the ribbon cutting of the North Branch Library self-service kiosk. So you'll be able to go in during certain hours, I think starting at 9 a.m. To late in the evening, 11 p.m. Check out books and return. What?
It's 9 to 11 a.m.
9 to 11 a.m. Check out books and check back in books without the assistance of another individual. Thank you to Public Works for their great, and by the way, thank you to our library director, Dana Vinke, for getting the grant for that and initiating it, getting it going. And finally, thank you to our Public Works Department for their continued fine work on Artesia Boulevard. They're putting up this week and next probably, the banner brackets on the light poles where beautiful banners will go. You might see them putting up Hermosa banners, but they're just testing the size. They borrowed some banners from Hermosa that are the same size as ours. So you'll see those. I mean, they put them on, they take them right back off just to make sure that the spacing's correct. Sorry, lastly, thank you to our firefighters and police officers on Halloween while we were all enjoying the Riviera Village. They're down there being part of the community away from their families. So thank you for being there on the holidays.
Okay, Councilmember Barron.
None tonight, Mayor.
Okay, I've got some. First off, I was scheduled to go to that same conference in Monterey that Councilmember Kalajerovich was, so I won't repeat. It's the same story. I've been out for the last 2 weeks. I did not get to report my attendance of the Cal Cities conference down in Long Beach. So learned a lot there. Sat in on, especially helpful was some of the legal issues panels, plus just meeting up with different mayors and council members and city attorneys throughout the days was a good turnout. I want to repeat, we'll have Veterans Day, celebrate Veterans Day at Veterans Park at 1 p.m. We have started work on the mural on the Public Works wall down on Catalina. I don't know if they started the actual color work, but I noticed they had painted the wall white in anticipation of putting on that mural. So we're extending our public art. Excuse me. And I'm very pleased to announce and proud to announce the official launch of our dedicated website to welcome the world for the upcoming FIFA World Cup and LA 28 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The platform showcases Redondo Beach's vibrant spirit, our scenic coastline, our community assets, and provides visitors, athletes, sponsors, and residents with an interactive gateway to explore the city. So as we prepare to host these global audiences, this site will serve as a central hub for engagement, celebration, and connection. You're all welcome to go explore the site at www.rbla28.org. And I want to thank Jane for being the point person for putting that together. Well done. And that's all I have for tonight, so thank you. With that, we'll jump to item E. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda, or does anyone wish to change the order of the agenda?
Mayor, I do have one request. I'd respectfully ask that the mayor and council allow us to push item H6 to the November 18th meeting. We've got a little bit more work to do as it pertains to that particular item.
Okay.
Mayor, might we can I make a motion to move N3 ahead of N1? Just because I think there was some public interest in that. I'm not sure if we'll get speakers, but probably have more speakers than N1.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, so, and to accept the
Yes.
delay of H6. So we have a motion and a second to change the order. N3 will go ahead of N1, and we're pulling H6 to the meeting on the 18th. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we go to agency recess to the regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Can I get a motion to recess to the Community Financing
So
Authority?
moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, so now I will call to order regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller,
Present.
Member Castle,
Here.
Member Kalajetovich,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member Barrett, Chairman Light.
Here. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Are there any blue folder items?
No items, no blue folder items for this agency.
Okay, we have 4 items on the consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull any of the 4 items on the consent calendar? No, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would any member of the public wish to address on any of the items C1 to C4 on the agenda for the Community Financing Authority? Okay, no one in the audience, anyone online?
I have no e-comments or Zoom for the record.
Okay, I'll call the vote then, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, now we're at public participation on non-agenda items. This item is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject related to the financing authority that does not appear on this agenda for action. We'll limit this to 30 minutes, and each speaker will be given 3 minutes, and each speaker can speak only once. So does any member of the public wish to address the financing authority? Anyone online?
I have no e-comments or Zoom for the record.
Okay. So with that, we jump down to item J. Any referrals to staff related to the financing authority? It looks like no. So can I get a motion to adjourn back to the regular meeting of the city council?
Move to adjourn to the regular meeting of the city council.
Second.
Okay, motion a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay.
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here?
Councilmember Lugedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items for the regular session of the city council?
Yes, we do, Mayor. For J1, public participation on non-agenda items, we got public communications. For N1, which is the possible action regarding the installation of a public boat launch on Mole D in the King Harbor, we have option E, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, consent calendar. We know we pulled item H6. Does anyone else wish to pull any item for discussion later? Okay, seeing none. I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Yeah, did I get a vote for the blue folder items? I missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to
Motion to
file.
receive and file blue folder
So
item.
moved.
Okay, motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, now consent calendar. It looked like nobody wanted to pull anything from the consent calendar, so can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar, which, with the exception of H6, which we've continued to the 18th?
Move the consent calendar without item H6.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would any member of the public wish to address any of the items that were not pulled? I have one card for H13, Ron Morocco.
Not as tall as Logan. Esteemed Mayor, Council, I'm Ron Morocco from District 3. On your agenda on this H13 item, which is what I want to speak about, are two Mills Act contracts for your approval. As you may know, the Mills Act is a state law that allows the City Council to enter in a 10-year contract with the owner of historic property to further the goal of historic preservation. In exchange, the owners get a sizable property tax benefit over the 10 years or however long it's extended. It's the primary incentive for owners to become historic landmarks, and as is done with these two properties that are up for consideration. I am here to request that the council add a clause in the contract that would be for the term of the contract only, providing that the property is deemed consenting to be included in the landmark property in a historic district, should such a district include that property be proposed. I have previously provided a copy of the proposed language to both Councilmember Barrett, who was on the Planning Commission at one time, and the city attorney. I have copies if you guys want to see it, but it essentially says during the time of the contract, you're consenting to be a historic district. And as we heard earlier today, we're getting all these people from the world that are going to be coming to our city, and it would be nice to have that in place. As you know, our preservation ordinance is premised on being voluntary. Everything is voluntary. The owners apply for property to be voluntarily become historic landmarks. They voluntarily come to you and say, we want to have a Mills Act contract. The preservation ordinance also allows them to voluntarily cancel the contract. Ordinance 10-4.102 states 9 reasons why we want to promote and celebrate the city's architectural, artistic, cultural, historical, political, and social heritage. The land use element of the general plan sets forth 9 policies in support of historical preservation, including the voluntary designation of potentially historic resources such as landmark and historic district. What I'm asking you tonight is, before you approve these, please consider modifying these contracts so that they can provide these properties that are getting in this generous city benefit can be included in a historic district if it ever comes down that one is being proposed. Thank you.
Could we get you to submit that language so we can have it on the record?
Sure.
Can I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, based on that, does anyone wish to pull H13?
I mean, I will pull H13.
Okay, so then we can discuss it further.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
You don't need
All for it?
to pull it, right?
Aye.
Yeah. All for it?
Aye.
We're voting,
To pull it?
I don't think,
You don't need a vote.
Don't need a motion.
Oh, that's right, you're right, never mind. So we're pulling H13. Anyone else wish to address any of the other items that are on the consent calendar? Okay, anyone online?
I just have one comment for H15. They support that item.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think we have to modify our motion to approve
the consent
the consent calendar with the exception of H6, which is continued, and H15, which H13, which has been pulled for discussion.
I'll make a motion as you stated.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, so with that, I'll call the vote. I just did that. Okay, so now to pulled items, H15,
I need to read first.
H13, yeah, go ahead.
H10, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2511-082, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 surrendered and abandoned vessel exchange save 25 grant agreement, grant number C25S0607 from the Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways, and authorizing the city manager of designee to execute the agreement and any related documents. Adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2511-083, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2025-2026 fiscal year budget modification appropriating $50,000 in grant funds from the California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boating and Waterways, grant number C25S0607 to the city's Waterfront and Economic Development Department budget for the disposal of abandoned or surrendered vessels in King Harbor. H11, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2511-084, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, appointing an advisory board in connection with the Riviera Village Business Improvement District and directing the preparation of a report for calendar year 2026. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2511-085, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the report of the advisory board for calendar year 2025 in the connection with the Riviera Village Business Improvement District. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2511-086, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intention to levy an assessment against businesses within the Riviera Village Business Improvement District for calendar year 2026 and setting a time and place for hearing objections thereto, and that's to set the November 18, 2025 at 6 p.m. For H12, adopt by title only ordinance number 3307-25, an ordinance of the City of the Redondo Beach, California, adopting by reference the 2025 editions of the California Building Code, California Residential Code, California Electrical Code, California Plumbing Code, California Mechanical Code, California Fire Code, California Existing Building Code, California Green Building Standards Code, California Energy Code, California Administrative Code, California Historical Building Code, the California Reference Standards Code, 2024 International Property Maintenance Code, 2006 Uniform Swimming Pool, Spa and Hot Tub Code, 1997 Uniform Housing Code, and 1997 Uniform Code for Abatement of Dangerous Buildings together with certain deletions, additions, and amendments to the titles 3, 5, and 9 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for second reading and adoption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go to the excluded consent calendar items, which is H13. Joy, have you reviewed this language?
Yes.
And is it appropriate to add to the contract in your?
It's completely up to the council. Currently, Section 10-4.303 states that for a historic district, only those properties for which the property owners submit a nomination can be included. And so a district will not include any property without the written consent of the property owner. So right now, we have to get that written consent. What this is doing is that someone who's already been designated a landmark is implying the consent to be included into the district if there's a proposal for district during the term of their contract. So it's kind of expediting this step that is necessary in our municipal code, and at any time that owner can withdraw their consent.
So you don't see any problem with the language as written here?
It's completely up to you if you want to bypass that written consent
Understand, but if we
requirement.
adopt this, we're not violating any?
No.
Okay, thanks. Council, oh, I thought you had your hand up, Councilmember Barrett. You withdrew it? Well, you had it up first, so go ahead.
Yeah, I did speak to Mr. Morocco about this. Haven't done a full review, haven't spoken to the city attorney or the city manager on it. So just getting this, reviewing it at this moment, it says waives any opportunity to withdraw consent to inclusion. So could that be read as you've withdrawn consent to inclusion and you're forever in that historic district? So there could be a substantive change or not, city attorney?
They would still have the option to withdraw after. So it's automatically consenting to when the district is formed.
For the duration of the contract.
For the duration of the contract, yes.
So in this case, 10 years.
And once the 10 years expire, they can withdraw.
Yes.
Or they automatically withdraw.
Yes.
Which is it?
It would be up to them.
You want to come back with this another time?
Well, if whatever decision you make, if you want to include that language, we would have to come back to amend it and get the agreement of the property owners.
Okay.
So if that is the direction of the council, we would not be able to take any action tonight.
All right, maybe take a closer look at it and we could have further discussion offline perhaps, figure it out.
So
City
basically
manager.
continue this.
Yeah, and I think most importantly, we should speak to the homeowners to ensure that they would be okay with the change. Mark seems to think that they would be, given the circumstances of these two particular cases, but we wouldn't want to speculate on that today.
Yeah.
So I would suggest if the council's inclined for us to pursue this, we pull it from tonight's agenda, talk to the property owners, assess the facts, and then we'll bring it back to you with a revised admin report if we have any concerns.
Okay, is this time?
Mark, it looks like you wanted to say something?
Yeah. Before you do though, if I may, just quick, is this time sensitive?
Yes, it is. That's what I was going to address.
Okay.
It needs to be submitted to the county for recordation by the end of this calendar year for it to go into effect next calendar year. So we are running close to that deadline. I do want to note in terms of the process, so the owners volunteered to make these properties historic landmarks. That's really the most significant step.
Voluntarily.
What Mr. Morocco is suggesting is there also be a clause in the agreement that if a historic district is formed, that they would be obligated to opt into that, whereas now the code also gives that discretion to the property owner. Really, the important thing is that the property owner already consented to these properties being designated as historic landmarks, so they have the historic preservation protections on those properties. The district is just another layer on top of that. It would seem unlikely that a property owner would not want to be in the district after volunteering to be a landmark, but there could be reasons. I do think if the council wanted to make this change to the agreement, it's one that we would want to consult with the property owner on and ensure they're agreeable to it. But that said, this is time sensitive.
All right.
As well.
And the historic, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was going to ask, don't lose your train of thought. Historic district is a cluster of historic properties, essentially.
It is, and the boundaries of it are determined by the properties that opt into it, and there's certain criteria. We actually have one in process right now where there are multiple properties that are contiguous with each other. There is a gap because we have one property owner is not opted into this point. So it's, but yeah, it's a cluster.
So someone in this instance doesn't want to opt in to that district, correct?
For this other, and this is I referenced a separate application that's in right now, just as an example. So in this particular case, the main question is whether we want to add something in the agreement that yes, we would, in order to grant this Mills Act, the owner also has to agree to accept the nomination into a historic district, whereas right now
if it happens,
the municipal code, yes.
Yeah. And what would be the downside to the property owner being forced to do that as opposed to the current process where it's voluntary?
I don't think there's much downside to being in a historic district. It could be argued that there's downside to being historic because you're limited in terms of what you can do with your building moving forward. However, the owner has voluntarily listed their property as historic in order to obtain the Mills Act agreement.
Mm-hmm. And so if we keep it the way it is, which is a homeowner can decide whether or not they want to be part of a historic district, then that would keep the process as it currently is.
That's correct.
Okay. Is this like a problem you're seeing that needs to be solved or not necessarily?
I don't see it as a problem or an issue because these properties they have historic protection with the owner opting in. Moving forward, it's something that staff could take a look at as to maybe embedding this in the agreement that they also have to be willing to opt into a historic district.
Okay.
So I think that's a good suggestion, but I don't see it as an issue at this point.
All right. Well, I'm a little torn on it because on the one hand, I know Mr. Morocco is a huge asset to the city and one of the biggest historical advocates we have. On the other hand, though, I know this is a time-sensitive matter in some ways, and any change to this could have impacts beyond what we have here. Federal law could change, and now somebody's locked into an agreement under our municipal code to be part of an historic district involuntarily. So, long story short, yeah, I don't know what we should do.
May
should
I
we
add,
wait for the next time through and table?
You can approve the contracts tonight as is, and then refer to staff a discussion on this for future contracts.
So Mark, if we defer this to or
Next meeting.
continue this to the 18th, not next week, the 18th.
Still sign it.
Do you think that, is that timely or does that put them at risk?
It's cutting it close. There is some processing that happens after approval. It takes a little bit of time before it gets recorded. So I think it's putting it at risk of not getting filed this calendar year. And I've seen that happen. I know that property owners aren't really pleased with that when they have to wait an additional year to get the tax benefit.
Okay. Councilmember Castle.
So a couple of things. If we separate these, I mean, the home property owners from these two properties could come back at any time and sign this because it doesn't have any impact on their tax, real estate taxes. So they would be covered if we approved it tonight and they came back and signed an addendum to the Mills contract they have with the city. So that's one. The second thing that I'm concerned about and we would have to look into is really the second half where they waive any opportunity to withdraw from consent from the inclusion in a historic district. So the Mills Act is voluntary and it's for a period of 10 years, correct?
Yes.
So at the end of 10 years, if they no longer have the tax breaks from the Mills Act, but now they can't withdraw from a historic district. You know, they're sort of caught in limbo the way this is written. So that's something I'd want to understand better. So the property owners are losing some rights. They're going into it voluntary, but then they're locked into it, where with just a straight Mills Act, they could withdraw at any time as well.
That's correct. And just to be clear, the historic landmarking is separate from the Mills Act. In order to have a Mills Act agreement, you have to be landmarked. So once the Mills Act expires, it's still going to be a historic landmark property.
Right.
If the owner at some point in the future wants to delist it, the municipal code provides a process for that.
Okay.
And that's really all separate from the historic district, which is another layer, which would take a group of neighbors or residents that have historic properties in a cluster and then voluntarily
create a district.
You propose, to create a district.
Okay.
So, thanks, Mark. So in the interest of moving this forward.
I'll make a motion to approve H13 as it is tonight and refer to have this discussion at a later date when appropriate.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Before, just quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
I have no one online and no
Okay.
comments.
All for it?
Before we do that, I had a quick question for the city manager, if I may, on timing. You have a time frame where this could dovetail back into something that we're already doing or not? Because I know you have a lot on your plate, and this is city attorney, I know, reviewing a lot of different legal things, so I don't want to get out of order. So what's your recommendation?
I've been talking about it with Mark, but we're going to be coming back with the general plan, phase 2 items. Some of that's our historic resource code. This would be, I think, a logical discussion as part of that. I think we're bringing that back in the next couple of months, actually. So we can add this conversation to that broader policy discussion pretty seamlessly, I think.
And is that okay with the council member who made the motion and seconded it? Okay, well, with that, I'm fine.
And we also have a strategic planning item related to historic preservation that ties to this as well.
Right, which we plan to talk about also during that general plan
so
update.
it all fits.
So, yeah.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay, now we're now at item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This session is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action and has to be under the jurisdiction of the city council. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests will be considered first, and we do have written requests. So first is Lisa Happy Gates, and then Holly Osborne.
Mayor Light, City Council members. A light note, I'm Lisa, President of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. We're here to mention to you, hopefully the City Council has reviewed the press release of our event, which included our amazing video premiere written and produced by Steve Morris, which people love. We're very happy to say Keep the Esplanade Beautiful is really branching out and doing some community outreach. But we would like to thank City Council and the residents of Redondo Beach for their support of our annual mixer. KEB really is working to get out there and let people know about our beautiful beach. Keep the Esplanade was pleased to honor 2 Public Works employees at our mixer. They are the unsung heroes, and they're the people who keep our beautiful Esplanade clean all the time. We look forward to helping Redondo Beach prepare for the many visitors coming to Redondo Beach due to the World Cup, Super Bowl, and LA 28. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Fun.
Okay, Holly Osborne, and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Good evening. Dr. Osborne, retired engineer, Redondo Beach, District 5. These remarks have to do with the narrow width of the row in Lawndale. It's an amplification of something I said before. Recall the width in the narrow part is only 75 feet, although Metro claimed 81 feet initially because they could not make everything fit. All their initial sketches presented at community meetings in August 2022 had this erroneous width. Metro was called out on this, and so they changed their sketches to 75 feet for the DEIR released in January 2023, but they did not change the detailed drawings in the DEIR appendix. Those erroneous drawings still showed 80 or 81 feet, a fact that I presented at numerous Metro construction meetings. Note, Metro claiming that wide width of row enabled them to say they were not taking properties because Metro already owned the row. They expanded it. This talk is on how they corrected the drawings in the FEIR Appendix A released September 2025. The Metro had the width of the row inexplicably increase from 75 feet to 81 feet, just south of 171st Street, and you have the drawing, because I know you all read your stuff, okay? For the FEIR, Metro showed that the row was 71 feet all the way, but they added back on their 6 feet by putting in a construction easement, okay? So that was the hashtag area. And I showed one picture and then an extension further down on going to 172nd and 173rd. Now, what I didn't mention before on this one was, you can't tell from looking at this, but this is on the top of an embankment. And so if they started cutting away at the person's yard, they'd be cutting away at the foundation of their property. And so the fix out of that would be eminent domain. And that's why this is such a serious issue. So all this stuff is mentioned in the FAR package, which I'm sure you've all read. Now, I've got a second item that just totally different subject. I read in the New York Times this morning about how firing guns indoors at test ranges can cause brain injuries. Here's a quote: "The data showed that smaller caliber guns can pose a danger pretty quickly, and that large caliber civilian rifles delivered a blast wave that exists what the military says is safe for the brain. Indoor ranges designed to make shooting safe can worsen blast exposure," they discovered. So I hope you look at this, because I know the Air Force and you guys want to keep people safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Jim Mueller, and that's the last card I have.
Good evening, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3, right-of-way stakeholder. So I've spoken before about that Torrance QR code generated form letters, thousands of them, that buried the critical comms from the refinery and the pipeline owners responding to the draft DIR for the C line. And to review, a refinery raised serious concerns about the precarious conditions Metro encroachments on their property would bring at the very onset of construction. It's employee and public safety and risk of incidents, and we all know what that means, incidents. What I can't understand is the sort of numbness regarding this issue. And with the 7 pipelines, there's that critical concern of LAX operations being disrupted. And guess what? It would be during the time of the Olympics. And then after completing construction, we'll be dealing with the dangers that a derailment on top of those pipes can bring, which is highly disturbing to people from that industry. And they show like a very visceral reaction when they're talking to me about it. They turn red, they're shaking, they're concerned, they have to choose their words carefully, because they have to respect their industry commitments about talking so openly about these critical things. And I personally know some people in Torrance city government. I won't name any names, but, and they had no clue. They hadn't even thought about the refinery. They've always been numb hearing about the pipeline issues over the years. It's like NIMBY rhetoric, kind of stuff. And it's incredible that this critical stuff gets swept under the carpet. So we need to know as a community that our city leadership is taking this so seriously. And I wish for you guys to express your concerns to Torrance leadership. They don't even communicate with these immense entities, and the revenue that they generate for their city is far greater than the Volvo dealership. And on another note, I want to tell you about this boy that I saw. It was Friday afternoon in rush hour traffic on Inglewood Avenue. He was in the fast lane on his electric scooter, and he was no older than, say, 11 years old. Shocking. And there was a lot of traffic. And he did have to change lanes so that he could make his right turn, probably to go home or whatever. But I did share this with Chief Butler, and he's equally concerned. And
Chief Huffman.
Chief. I'm sorry. I always get them mixed up. I am so sorry. But then also driving here in the dark, lots and lots of e-bikes, children on e-bikes. Some of them have lights, some don't. It's concerning, it's scary. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Jim Mueller, and that's the last card I have.
Good evening, Council. In recent statements about development in Redondo Beach, the mayor, Jim Light, rhapsodized about the $700,000 boat ramp, seaside lagoon renovation, a new marine mammal center, the new lighting and paving at the boardwalk, and the luxury restaurants, all in South Redondo. When asked in a Facebook post what has been done for North Redondo, the mayor could only cite a couple of new ordinances, an art project paid for by private money, and reiterated promises from the 5-year-old ACAP. When asked to support establishing a farmer's market on or near Artesia Boulevard in North Redondo, he ignored the popular support it has, instead pointing out all the possible negatives: hard to organize, will the vendors make money, can we license a location? In short, negative, negative, negative. The majority of Redondo Beach residents and voters live in North Redondo Council Districts 3, 4, and 5. Yet when it comes to projects to improve North Redondo for these people, everything seems too hard or costs too much. The so-called accomplishments the mayor touts for District 3, 4, and 5 are not a level of city investment close to the dollars put into the harbor, pier, and deep South Redondo. And the harbor is, by his own admission, dominated and exclusive to private yacht clubs and high-end restaurants. For the Artesia corridor, by contrast, the ordinance changes that the council has proposed and touted as game changers have been promised for 5 years. Even assuming they are eventually implemented, their success in revitalizing the Artesia corridor is uncertain. The empty lot at the corner of McKay and Artesia has been that way for years, an example of development not promised but not realized. Maybe we in North Redondo shouldn't expect too much. In the election last March for mayor, 4 of the 5 candidates were from District 1. None from Districts 3, 4, and 5. The District 4 councilperson ran unopposed for the 2nd election in a row, even though he is a relatively new Redondo resident. And in the prior election for District 5 council member, the unopposed candidate was also a new face to Redondo Beach politics. The people in Council Districts 4 and 5 need to make sure in the next election there are candidates who will fight for the family-oriented development its residents need. Thank you.
Just a quick point of inquiry. Mr. City Manager, have we received any requests for permits or proposals from any groups to open a farmer's market in North Redondo?
Not of late. It's been a few years. We did explore a Northern Farmers Market at the Performing Arts Center at one point. That was part of a budget response report that I can remember. We had talked with Edison at one point about using the license area. Unfortunately, that was not allowed. To me, this is a concept that would be best discussed as part of a traditional budget response report and an initiative that ultimately could be part of a strat plan.
Okay, and just to that point, if a vendor or group came to the city and requested a permit or a place for a farmer's market, presumably there's a process in place where that could be explored and
It
not?
absolutely could be. It's
Okay.
a fairly deliberative process. There's a lot of considerations there, whether it be traffic control,
Sure.
a number of
We're not,
items.
it's not like the city's blocking someone from, you
No,
haven't heard
no.
anything for
I mean,
years.
Our challenge historically has been finding a viable location, and it is in a spot that's desired by the vendors themselves, in addition to the local businesses.
And at this point, no vendors come forward with a viable option.
Not recently that's worked in any
Okay.
of the spaces the city was willing to consider.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any non-agenda items? Okay, anyone online?
I have one on Zoom, Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. You all received the video of the Ford Bronco exiting Beach Cities last Wednesday at 8 a.m. and not yielding to traffic. In fact, they didn't even stop at the red light. Failing to yield to traffic is pretty common from Beach Cities drivers, although not typically this egregious. The Bronco caused a chain reaction. One car narrowly missed the bus stop enclosure. The other car ground against the curb at the new baby hedgerow we put in. The Bronco ended up southbound in the northbound lanes. This could have been a real tragedy, especially since we've got Ruse and Paris students walking and e-biking down the 500 block Prospect. If anybody would have jumped the curb, would have been a much bigger mess than it was. It highlights the need for a city response to Darrell Boyd's letter from about a month ago from the neighborhood that was focused on traffic safety, barriers, and noise for 500, 600 Prospect. I haven't seen anything, but I think we do need that. The PD had 3 units at Beach Cities today. When the officers left, they demonstrated the dysfunction of the Beach Cities exit onto Prospect. All 3 officers bypassed the main Beach Cities exit. They all curved clockwise, probably went through the parking ramp, exited the 510 exit behind. Then they cut across 3 lanes and flipped the U at Prospect and Beach Cities, which of course the rest of us would get tickets for. But there's a need for a redesign here because the Beach Cities exit isn't working and traffic on Prospect is busier than it's ever been. I also attended the Beach Cities public meeting last Friday. Per usual, 90% of the room was either affiliated or paid by Beach Cities. The other 10% were the electeds and the 3 of us that were unaffiliated members of the public. We represented the other 119,900 district residents as best we could. Speaking of Beach Cities, they also said that the Alcove youth are intimidated by being in the hospital building with an ocean view. So for mental health reasons, they need their own building. So soak that in as a reason for a $15 million Beach Cities building project at the corner of Flagler and Beryl. Traffic is more congested. Any sizable commercial development by Beach Cities will completely destroy the arterial for 6 years or more. So we really need the city's help in getting the intersection redesigned and also protecting the residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have no more Zoom and no e-comments for this item.
Okay, so that will close the public participation on non-agenda items. We have no item K, L, or M, so we'll jump down to N, and we moved item N3 to the front of the N. So with that, we'll go into N3, discussion and possible action regarding the design of the King Harbor Gateway sign replacement and updates on the flags and pennants. Jane, sounds like you've got the floor.
Yes. All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. The item before you is a discussion and possible action regarding the design of the King Harbor Gateway sign replacement and updates to city-maintained flags and pennants. Tonight's presentation will include the following: a brief overview of how we got here today. I'll provide City Council with design options for the gateway sign for your consideration, present finalized concepts for the city flag and pennants, and then conclude with staff's recommendation. So on September 16th, the City Council approved a professional design services contract with Stellan Design LLC, and the contract scope includes development of updated concepts for the King Harbor Gateway sign, which incorporates the new city logo. On October 7th, the City Council approved the new city flag design, which also incorporates the new city logo, and it's at that meeting the City Council directed staff to consult Stellan Design LLC on the final design, as well as consider multicolor pennants for the International Boardwalk. So tonight, staff is presenting 7 design options for council's consideration for the gateway sign, as well as to share with you the finalized city flag and pennant design concepts for implementation. So the current King Harbor Gateway sign, as you see here on the slide before you, has welcomed visitors since the 1960s and is due for refurbishment. Funding for this project includes replacement of the arched illuminated sign panels and repainting of the poles and support structure, which are all included in the Capital Improvement Program budget. So the next few slides, I will present up to 2 design options per slide and provide a high-level overview of the proposed updates to the gateway sign. Design option 1, this concept retains the existing text and the familiar blue color for both the sign frame and lower panel or lower signage panel. However, it introduces the new full-color logo in the center within the ring that currently exists today. Design option 2 is similar to option 1. This design preserves the current text as well as the blue color scheme. The key difference is the inclusion of the updated city logo that has the state and the city. Design option 3 incorporates the official city branding font style, as you can see, maintaining the existing blue color for both the sign frame and the lower signage, and then the updated city logo is presented in full color without a ring. Design option 4, similar to option 3, the design features a city branding font style, but in black with the blue sign frame and lower signage panel, and the full color city logo is encircled by the ring. Design option 5 features the official city branding font style in blue while maintaining the existing blue color for both the sign frame and lower signage, and the city logo is rendered entirely in the existing color blue as well. And then design option 6 applies the city branding font style in the designated city blue, so it's slightly different, for both the sign frame and the lower panel, and the city logo is also presented in that new branding blue. City branding blue. Design option 7 features the official city branding font style in the designated city branding blue for both the sign frame and the lower signage panel, and the updated city logo is displayed in full color. Option 8 keeps the current design as is with the lower signage updated as proposed in the previous design options, and we'll go over the language in the next slide. So in addition to the design selection, staff is requesting council's input on the language for the lower sign panel. The current proposed wording includes pier, hotels, restaurants, seaside lagoon, and marinas. Additional options for city council consideration may include Fisherman's Wharf, sports fishing, boat or watercraft rentals, international boardwalk. To note, to maintain legibility and visual balance, staff recommends that any changes to the proposed format follows a letter-for-letter replacement approach to ensure consistent spacing as well as readability within the existing sign dimensions. Once a design is approved, staff will initiate the bidding process to secure a qualified manufacturer and or installer for the arch illuminated sign panels, as well as a painting contractor for the poles and supporting structure. The project is anticipated to begin in early 2026, with a completion targeted for mid-2026. The schedule may be adjusted based on weather conditions, allowing for proper drying time for the paint. The city also has prepared traffic control plans for contractor implementation, which will include intermittent closures of the left-hand turn at Anita Street and PCH. Stellan Design. Anita or 190th, okay. Yes. Stellan Design LLC will remain actively involved throughout the process, providing design oversight and reviewing production proofs in collaboration with the selected sign manufacturer.
So before we leave that, while we're on the traffic, and I don't mean to interrupt, but while
Sure.
we're talking traffic, we'll be able to go under the sign on Catalina?
Yes, but with some periodic interruption, depending
So
on
it's
the
more than
time of
just the
work.
left turn off of Bonita, it's also the turn off of PCH and the,
I think that's what's being implied, yeah, the cut through underneath
so
the
it's
sign.
just going underneath the sign.
For the most
You could
part,
still go to Bonita to PCH.
Do the hard left.
You would have to do the hard left at Catalina.
Yeah, not the.
yes, you could.
Yeah, so we're talking the road under the
We're
sign.
talking about the area immediately around the sign, yes.
Okay.
With maybe some exception if we're bringing in a crane or something, different.
Mayor, can you speak into the mic, please? Into the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Staff is also pleased to present the updated city flag design, which optimizes the size and visibility of the central logo. Design also includes multicolor pennants intended for installation along the International Boardwalk. And as illustrated on the screen above you or in front of you, the center flag will serve as the primary city flag. Staff has also confirmed that the California state flag is required to be flown, and we fly all 3 flags. However, the anticipated cost for purchasing new city flags, state flags, multicolor pennants are expected to remain within the original $10,000 appropriated budget. All right, to conclude, staff recommends that the City Council provide direction to staff on the design selection for the King Harbor Gateway sign and the lower sign language. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. What's the anticipated life of the sign once we paint it?
Oh, Andy's here. I think that we have replaced this sign in the last, I think, decade. Yeah, so it's about 10 years, I think.
The lucite or plexiglass or whatever it is about 10 years before it needs a
Okay,
refurb.
thanks. My one concern is when we're picking the bottom, we're likely to we'll be starting the boat ramp before that 10-year period's up, and that's a key function. So, does staff have a recommendation with respect to the future boat ramp?
You could conceivably add the phrase boat launch in there now, and it would be even germane to what we have today. One's a hoist, one would be a ramp.
But replacing that little blue thing at the bottom isn't as expensive, is it, as replacing the whole archway?
Presumably not. I don't know if we've.
Well, it's got to be cheaper.
I don't think we've.
Yeah.
He knows.
There we go.
Funny thing.
Might as well stay up.
Yeah, we could certainly come back in 5 years or whenever the boat ramp is firmly established. I don't know the timeline, but, and replace that line or, modify it even on site. I'd have to see what.
I think if we use boat launch, then we could recover today or in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. So I posted this on social media just to get feedback from folks, and it got a lot more views than I ever anticipated, especially for a still image. It got about, at last count, I forget what I told you, Councilmember Barrett, but got about 97,000 views because it was, yes, on Facebook, it was shared 19 times and potentially shared from there. With that said, the overwhelming support response is supportive. Where there was vitriolic negativity was towards the removal of sport fishing. I did review, I blue foldered at least what Grok produced as far as the history of sport fishing in Redondo Beach. I decided, because a guy named John Marquette, who is a part owner of the Redondo Special, went to law school with him at USC. And he wrote actually a comment here that we see in the e-comments, a very enlightened one. They operate obviously a fishing boat, but what I understood from my research is that there's this big valley that didn't allow Redondo Beach to become the pier of LA County. As a result, a lot of nutrients come up from the valley and feed the fish. In addition, the hot water coming out from the power plant also attracted different fish. So we ended up with a lot of, in our harbor, big fish and small fish that was a cause for a lot of fishing to occur here. So I realized that our purpose in taking off sport fishing was because we don't have a sport fishing pier anymore. But I also, because I walk around the pier a lot, my daughter's down at the daycare down there, just saw last week, you see on a random weekday, the whole place is empty except for the Fisherman's Wharf is filled with people fishing there. So I would be inclined, and I would prefer to keep sport fishing on there. And I'm happy to tinker with the rest of the words. Maybe you've dropped something. Maybe it's marinas. I'm not sure if we need to drop something, but I agree with converting. I was just going to type out the words, try to play with it a little bit, but I agree with taking out Portofino in and just putting hotels generically. But was there a reason you all chose the words that you did here?
I think the general premise was to capture, in the broadest sense, what one would experience in the waterfront. And so we've tried to do that with piers, hotels, restaurants, the lagoon being a unique feature that's city controlled, and then of course marinas. So certainly would love to add more. Sport fishing's not a bad one. Certainly boat launch is not a bad one. The question is, what would we lose in exchange for those additions?
I was going to say the same exact thing.
And just as far as design goes, I think I'd prefer, and the general consensus is around numbers, using our logo big without the Redondo Beach around it. If you go back, Jane, please, to the
3 and 7.
options. Yeah. So 3 and 7 were the ones that people responded to the most, not realizing necessarily that the blue is different in 3 and 7. I would think that we'd want to go with the one that's consistent with our brand color. On the images in our agenda packet, the font seemed a little thin. So there was a somebody requested maybe add some weight to the font. I'm not sure if we're able to do that or if we want to do that by keeping the font style the same, not reverting back to the original font. But this looks pretty good. So those are my thoughts. I can work
So no life ring around it, just the logo.
Just the logo, I think, is a lot more powerful and stands out.
Yeah, and the Redondo Beach, if we put it on the outside, that's redundant.
Yeah, because it says Redondo Beach, Redondo Beach.
And it's so small, you're not reading it.
Yeah, it's logical.
So number 7.
And that's the brand, that's our brand, that's our new brand blue?
Correct.
That's hard to tell. I mean, if you want to keep it the same,
So you're saying 7, but with a thickened font,
maybe.
perhaps?
I mean, I haven't seen it.
If we could do that. And I agree, it does look a little.
And if somebody's hard on keeping the old font, I'm probably okay with that too. But I think, let's freshen up the whole thing.
Keeping the old font, unless there's strong reaction to it, keeping the old font would at least anchor some semblance of the pier and what's there now, and so that and it is a little thicker, so that would be a benefit of sticking with the current font. I'm not feeling strong one way or the other on that.
Okay, let's see, Councilmember Waller.
On the options for the sign, strong choice number 7. If people want to tweak fonts, all that, as long as our designer, who is a professional at this, is good with that, I'm good with that. Whichever, whatever they are good with. I'm not a graphic designer, so I don't want to get into that part of it. So if the font has to get tweaked, the font gets tweaked. Whatever's fine on the font, I'm good with. But keeping our brand colors, our brand font, I think is important. Our logo as big as possible is important. I also agree that sport fishing and maybe boat launch are important and could potentially replace Seaside Lagoon and marinas. Everybody knows about Seaside Lagoon that is going to Seaside Lagoon. I don't think we're going to have necessarily people that are driving down that go, oh, Redondo Beach has Seaside Lagoon. Let's go there. As opposed to there's a pier, there's hotels, there's restaurants, there's sport fishing, there's a boat launch. Those are the things that I think we need to attract more than, and I think marinas includes boat launch as sort of if we're limited by words. or by letters. I didn't do the exact count on letters, but it's not too far off. Seaside Lagoon and marinas with sport fishing and boat launch are kind of close. But definitely keeping it brand, keeping our brand as designed. We spent time and money on that. We need to emphasize that as much as possible. And I've heard comments about why are we doing this? We don't have the money for the city and things. This is something that is general maintenance. This, as you said, the lifetime is about 10 years. We would be paying for this whether we kept the same look as or not.
So we were already scheduled to paint the structure, so council decided to add the logo at the same time.
But it's not that we are taking something that is perfectly good. We're doing maintenance here. Just wanted to emphasize that. And that's all I had for my comments on this.
That it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Do we have to come up with the words below the sign tonight to keep progress going, or can we keep progress going, pick a basic design and move forward and then kind of finalize those bottom words?
Well, we can get the sign ordering going with the direction you've given us on the general style and color.
But we haven't done that yet.
But assuming you do that tonight, we can. We would, though, if you're all going to make that decision collectively, we would need to bring it back.
Yeah, let's do it. Just give me a couple moments.
All right. It's what?
If you could, anybody else have any opinions you want to share?
Well, we got more people.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Yeah.
So
Councilmember
we'll get it
Castle.
done.
So I'm in favor of number 7 because that fits with our new logo that we spent a lot of time and energy developing in terms of both the color scheme and the logo. The font as well, I think, is part of our new look in terms of our city logo that's on the flag. So I think having that font consistent to what's in use around the city is important. Down at the bottom, I like the words that are there now. My question is, I know there's a history of sport fishing, and I think the boat launch would sort of fall into the category of marina, because people coming to the boat launch would know that that's where the boat launch would be, is in the marina. So, maybe we have, instead of restaurants, sport fishing, if that still fits. But, in terms of using it as an updated marquee for the waterfront, to get more attractions down there, I think letting people who aren't familiar with the area know that that's what is exactly there. I think that that's important. So, I think they're more likely to go to restaurants than sport fishing. But, I'm flexible on that language.
Okay, so we have 73 characters, by the way, in the original one. This actually has significantly less characters. The number 7 has less characters. So we actually probably have a good opportunity to add more words.
I mean, would you say replace restaurants with sport fishing?
You don't need to, you might not need to replace anything.
We could put food instead of restaurants.
So sport fishing, restaurants, hotels, Seaside Lagoon, marinas, and you could even include pier, unless I've done this wrong, and it'll all fit. Look at how compacted number 8, the font is down there versus number 7. So there's, if I share my screen.
Great. Putting on 2B.
Yeah, but.
Ready now to ask a few questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Mayor, while he's doing that.
Go ahead, Councilmember Barron.
Thank you. Did Stellan, this is for Jane, did Stellan prepare these designs?
That's correct.
And is she available now? Is she on the phone?
Not available.
No,
Not available,
tonight.
is that what you said?
Not tonight. She's not available tonight.
Okay. All right, and the reason I ask is to a point I think Councilmember Waller made it. She's the professional who we hired. She's the one who came up. She's been very thoughtful. I mean, this goes back to the original logo. She was very careful, very thoughtful, had pretty much thought of everything and had a reason for it. And I asked that because there may be a reason why, even though more words could fit here, she's proposing, this is it. And so there is sort of a level of deference to our professional who took our input and understands where we're going and has undoubtedly done research for those who know her work. So I'm comfortable with the words we have now, especially because some of these are, I'll just say, revenue generators for the city. It's not all about money all the time, but choosing between, restaurants is important. We have restaurants. People drive by on what is an interstate highway, as we know, essentially. I mean, the Pacific Coast Highway, it's not interstate, but it's state controlled. We have restaurants. We have a new seaside lagoon, which I understand we're going to be investing potentially millions and millions of dollars in. Hotels, the pier, the Horseshoe Pier, and I think it was suggested earlier, marinas is generic. I mean, marinas means a lot. We're going to have a boat ramp. You can't do fishing off the pier. So long story short, I'm comfortable with the words we have in number 7 in the lower sign. I'm good with the font. If there's a different option that Jordis has recommended, Stellan Designs has recommended, I'm open to it. I do think, as Councilmember Obaji may have been suggesting, we should probably move forward tonight on this, one way or the other. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
If I could add one thing to that, Mayor, I'll have Jane confirm this. I do think, to Councilmember Barron's point, that Jordis did think through the visual effect of the spacing and size of the number of characters and words that we have at that lower portal now. I imagine that was done with some intention. Are you able to speak to that, Jane? Is that why she suggested that there be a like-for-like replace, because she thinks this is the optimal spacing?
Yeah, and my understanding in speaking with both the Public Works Department and the Waterfront Economic Development Department, it's capturing kind of more of the amenities at a higher level of what we have to provide there in that area, as well as making the visibility of those amenities more so clear to the kind of the average driver who's going down PCH or along 190th Anita area.
So I have a bit of a different opinion there. I do think, marinas and boat launches are typically separate enterprises. They're not, a marina is not a boat. Not every marina is a boat launch, and not every boat launch is tied to a marina. In fact, boat launches usually aren't tied to a marina. They're tied to a harbor. And I do think sport fishing is a key thing, not just from the pier, but we have sport fishing commercial vessels that are going out all the time and do generate revenue and do draw people here. If I had to drop something, I would drop marinas, because people who want to keep their boats here will do the research to find the marinas. You're not going to just drive into Redondo and go, oh, hey, let's go look at a marina. You're going to look for sport fishing or going down to the restaurants or something like that. So, I like dropping Portofino and putting the generic hotels. I think if we wanted to shorten it, restaurants could be food. I think sport fishing is important, and I think the ability to launch boats is an important thing. But I'm open to the rest of the council. You wanted to show something.
Sure. So appreciating what you just said, and I do appreciate that number 7, the spacing is much better than what we have currently. So I do think that fewer words is probably a good thing here. If we could light up 2B, please.
While you're doing that, Councilmember, one other shortening option, and maybe people would balk at this.
I got it right here.
I was going to say you could drop Seaside. You could leave Lagoon and drop Seaside as an option too.
Lagoon.
Sometimes we call it the Lagoon. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, so what I'm thinking is either of these two are potentially optional, could be truncated off, right, to save space. The marina, I agree with what the mayor said. Everybody knows there's a marina there. It's like, we don't need the sign to advertise it per se. Lagoon, boat launch.
I mean, you're not going to drive down here with a boat not knowing
that there's a boat launch too. Pier, I think, is probably more important than the marina, because people do go, chasing piers. So if we go down to this, word count. 60 spaces. I forget how many are on this.
Just count it.
How many are on the current, the number 7 right now, but I don't agree with moving from restaurants to food, because I think that's totally different. There's food on the wharf, there are restaurants outside the wharf. Dining, sure. Dining?
If we need to save a character, dining's.
Well, I mean, but right now, we don't need to save characters.
Well, you could save characters from here.
No, but do we need to? This is the question. Because right now, yours is shorter.
With the spaces, include the spaces, count the spaces.
Right, so including spaces, about 50 characters. And
50
the
characters.
spaces at the front or ends of each of the,
Right, between those. Dining would reduce a little bit. Hotels, Seaside Lagoon, Pier, I mean, that looks like pretty good.
I mean, I would put Pier first, just.
That's the biggest.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of number of people, what they're going down there.
Pier, sport fishing, dining.
Yeah. And if I may make a quick comment while you do that.
Go for it.
I think this is constructive. I'm not comfortable making a decision without the input of our professional Jordan, so maybe we can provide this to Jordan, have her, Jordis, thank you, have her here to review and maybe explain and give input. So can we do that on the 18th of this month? Take what we provide tonight, maybe do an option 8 or an option 9? Because for the reason I just said, we're not the professionals, and I'd like to hear it before we say roll it out.
Sure, I mean, I don't disagree with that insofar as let's choose the design, if that's 7 that we're all gravitating towards, submit a proposed phrase, this one gets it down to, and then just put on consent the final sub-design for us, and then we can pull it if we disagree with it.
We can do that, and we can confirm with Jordis that she's comfortable with the spacing and selection. I mean, so what I'm hearing is if we could put that back up, the regular PowerPoint. Yeah.
Number 7 with.
So are we good with the recommended font here? That's, I think, the first thing.
Redondo Beach King Harbor font?
Yes.
Are we good with it, council?
Font and
Are we
weight.
talking about?
Yes,
We're talking
do we
about
want to
number
look
7.
at something a little weighty, like add a little weight to it, or no?
I would ask Jordis if she's comfortable
Right.
adding weight to it,
Yeah.
but I would not.
So I guess what I'm thinking is we would point this to her, we would do the updated wording you all just coalesced around, and then we would confirm with her that she feels that's compliant with her expert opinion on presentation, articulation, readability, et cetera. If the answer from her is yes, bingo, looks good, we'll put it on as consent. If the answer from her is no, we think, maybe I can give you a thicker version of the letters or something, we can bring it back and give you a couple of options, and we can discuss it on the 18th.
This looks pretty good. Does she add weight to this relative to what's in the agenda packet, or this is straight?
No, I think she's just using the font.
the same exact
Same one,
image.
okay.
Yeah, it's her I think it's her preferred font.
Correct.
Okay.
Under that proposal, if Jordis has something more substantive to say, if it's like, hey, this requires an explanation as to why we should not include sport fishing or pier.
Oh, absolutely.
How do we do that if it's on consent?
We'll take her thoughts, we'll embed it in the admin report if it's a concern. And if it's a substantive concern where it requires discussion, we won't put it on consent, we'll put it on a discussion counter. Jordis didn't have a strong opinion about the words in the words themselves. She's leaving that more to us. She was, I think, more concerned about how the readability of the words from Pacific Coast Highway and how they're fonted in comparison to the relationship of the sign. I don't think she cared about the terms themselves, unless I'm
2B
wrong.
again, please. So this is down to 56 characters, which is just over her 50 characters. Pier, hotels, dining, seaside lagoon, sport fishing.
Unless sport fishing is one word, then you save a character.
I looked at that. I think it's 2 words.
So I hope that made sense. Jordis really left the terms up to staff. She didn't have a strong opinion on terms.
Is council okay with that phraseology? I know Councilmember Barron's got a grievance with one,
I
but
don't know if grievance. I like restaurants. It's more formal. It's more descriptive of what we have. You know, dining could be a whole lot of things.
I personally like restaurants too. I think it's a more encompassing term. With that number, that takes us up to, dining was what, 6? Versus restaurants is.
that's 61.
Yeah, I prefer restaurants as well, and it fits, so.
I think then we have our preferred, and then we defer to Jordis to give her professional opinion on it. I do have
bars.
Bars.
Beer.
I do have just
beverage,
a question for the group.
And you have the floor, so.
Can you put up the options, please, the presentation? Just as, like, we're going with our branding, our new logo, I'm in for all of that. I wonder if, because we're making these changes, here, reading some of the comments, do we do a nod to the old sign that has the ring around it, or no? I mean, I'm okay with either. I'm just saying, as a nod to the old sign.
My opinion on that part would be that the nod to the sort of tradition of Redondo Beach is the sign itself.
Okay.
So the archway sign, we're updating, refreshing it with our logo that we've selected, and the font that we're writing Redondo Beach King Harbor is part of our overall logo that we have on the flag. So that's consistent, but the actual arch itself is part of our history.
So just an anecdote, I don't think most people realize that's supposed to be a life ring. And second, when I just talked to people about this, I don't think any of them knew, I don't think one person got it right, what was in the center of that thing. You know, a lot of them thought it was our old,
Like a logo? Yeah.
And a lot of them thought it was the same sailboat that was on the street signs. And it's not any of that. So I don't think most people even realize what's on that center thing. They realize it says Redondo Beach and King Harbor, and then had some other words about what's down there. I think that's the level. Now, there were people online that said, keep it exactly the same, it's tradition.
Right.
So that's what we're up against in the decision here. Anyone else? Councilmember Obaji.
And to the point that the assumption doing this for folks who are paying attention, this isn't just to make it prettier. Yes, it needs maintenance, but what we got feedback from as we brought people in, to refresh our waterfront and invest in our waterfront and the like, was Redondo Beach doesn't have consistent branding. Depending on where you enter the city, you see a different logo, a different sailboat, and a different, street sign. And so that was council's mandate was, hey, brand Redondo. And whether you like the new logo or not, which the vast majority do, you're starting to see it everywhere, and people are having positive reactions to it. So that's what this is an effort towards, is to continue to get investment in Redondo Beach by branding Redondo Beach and in the most visible places, which is right here as well. That's all.
Okay. So you have some direction. We don't need a resolution right now.
No, we don't. So what I've got, we've got those words, those 63 characters, I think was the count. Is that right?
Yeah, 61.
61 characters. We'll confirm with Jordis that she's comfortable with that level of spacing / crowding, however you want to look at it. And are you comfortable with the thinner font, or do you want us to ask Jordis if there's a thicker version of that also works?
Just ask her opinion, I think is where we're at.
This looks good. Right?
Yeah, I think it's her opinion, but I think, just when for example, when we look to the flags, when you see Redondo Beach around the logo, that's our font. So basically make the Redondo, instead of a circle, make it the arch. So it's consistent.
I think that's what she's done. The question is whether it doesn't need to have more weight to it.
I would
make
ask
it
her.
bold instead of regular.
I would ask her that question.
So.
And then are we set on the order of the words? Or if Jordis wants to say that visually this is easier to read.
Visually she can move them around, go for it.
Okay.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Let's take public input if you guys are okay with that. Okay, I have one card, Lee Caller, and then that's it from card perspective.
We should have gone to Harbor Commission first.
It's not your jurisdiction.
All right, thank you, Mayor, City Council, Lee Caller, District 3, and also a Harbor Commissioner. First thing I know to find interesting is that while this sign is not in the Harbor Commission's area, everything is advertised on the sign is in the Harbor Commission's area. And so the Harbor Commission hasn't addressed this. I don't know that we have time to do that. But I do have my own personal opinion on this, looking at this. And Councilman Abachi, I'm very happy to hear you come up and say, yes, we need to put sport fishing on there, because I think that's one of the big activities that people see in the harbor that they may not know about driving down PCH. And one of the things we need to, this side really should do is people driving down PCH go, oh, wow, I didn't know that was there. I can do that here. Restaurants, yes. Marinas, I agree with the mayor. A marina is basically an apartment building for boats. It's really the way to look at it. Is if somebody's got a boat, they're looking for a marina, they know where Redondo Beach is, they know where Marina Del Rey is. They know all up and down the coast because they're having a hard time finding a marina. We don't need to put marina on the sign, and it's likely to confuse people that aren't boaters that might think it's something like, oh, I can go there and, oh, there's a boat ramp there, which later agenda item. Or, I can go down there and, they're going to have this huge, vast array of boats that I can just go out and play with. We're sort of somewhere in between there. But if you got the things on there to say, here are the things that are attractive, that's the way to do it. I think with what's been decided here, we're pretty close to being right there. I think it would be nice if we could put something on it, did talk about, because we do have little boat rentals out there, the paddle boats, kayaks, stand-up paddle boards, a couple Duffies. If there was a way to include that, I recognize that the cost is to the actual design. Every time somebody asks my opinion on design, I pick something. Everybody tells me I've done something wrong, so I'm not even giving my opinion on that. But as far as the wording goes, I think we're pretty much on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, Mark Hanson, King Harbor boater. I like the way you guys are going with a lot of the basic stuff. The most simple logo in the middle makes sense to me. The modern font versus the old font, I realize you could go either way on that. But as I analyzed it, I thought, I think maybe Councilman Barrett mentioned the tie-in to the pier, which is obvious. Yeah, the pier looks old school, but the new stuff we're doing in the harbor, notably California Surf Club, the North Grill, the Cantina remodel, all that stuff is more contemporary. So if I have to flip my coin on that one, I kind of go with the future of the cleaner font. Also, obviously, easier to read, the cleaner the font is, and obviously, I think everybody saw a little bit of thickening up would help that. So now to the banner down below, I strongly recommend looking at including the boat launch. We've gone for 65 years without a boat launch, okay? So everybody who drives by at this point just assumes, well, no, this is a weird harbor, it doesn't have a boat launch. Now we're suddenly gonna finally have one. That's a wonderful advertisement now. Thousands of people driving by are gonna say, oh, look at the new sign, and oh, they've got a boat launch? Because much of the public's gonna miss all of our meetings we've had for decades about this. So I think that's a wonderful advertisement. I think it's more important to put in harbor-specific things you can do on that sign. And with that in mind, I think getting that word fishing back in there somehow, whether it's sport fishing, you could take the word off sport and just have fishing, but I think that word fishing, one way or another, should be in there. It's one of the unique things you can do. The flip side of that is, every city has hotels and restaurants. That's really not saying anything to put on the sign. Although I recognize, when I go into all the harbors I go to, I do enjoy all the restaurants I'm going to. So if I had to choose between those two, I could easily dump hotels. Everybody's got a hotel. It's nothing particularly unique. The people coming to visit are going to find their hotel. But I kind of like the restaurant thing if we can fit it in, just because it's something that I use. And the boat rentals, that's a great one to think about if we could fit it in. Again, it's one of those things unique to the harbor. So overall, you can see my thing is I'm saying, let's put stuff up there unique to our harbor, not something you could just have it anywhere. Thanks.
Thanks. Anyone else wishing to address this item? Anyone online?
Okay, I have no hands raised on Zoom, and we have 5 people who have posed and 3.
Oppose.
Oppose. Well, you can look at your e-comments.
Okay. I think it's a tough call what to put below. There's whale watching, there's SUP rentals, there's kayak launchers, there's outrigger canoeing.
It's water
I mean, we
polo.
could go on, and yeah, open water polo once in a while. So it's a tough call what to put in there. So I think we're headed on the right track. I agree, maybe we could shorten sport fishing to fishing and maybe put something else in there, but, tough to do this by committee. So I do think, though, I think food in some way, because our pier is different than the other piers up and down the coast in that there is dining on it and restaurants on it. That's unique, the Hermosa, Manhattan, Venice, those piers are just walk out, maybe do some fishing and walk back, maybe some benches. So we do have a unique pier, and so I think calling out dining on that is appropriate. So with that, any other inputs based on, do you guys still have your hands up, or?
Oh.
You do? Okay.
Actually, I would just, to Mark Hansen's comment about and your comment about the ramp, just because I'm not sure, just in terms of the timing, it probably will be 5-6 years before the ramp is functional. So maybe on the next refresh, when we replace, because we can replace the bottom banner, adding the ramp at that point might be.
Yeah, no, you're right. The timing, I mean, after entitlement, construction bidding and the like, it will be at least 5 years.
Yeah.
I think one of the most under-advertised things is probably a hand launch, but we can't put hand launch boat ramp.
I mean, the rentals.
That'd be the whole bottom of the side.
Yeah, boat rentals is definitely something.
Maybe you can have a drop-down menu.
Let's just do a QR code.
We just make the sign in the middle of QR
Let's
code.
put a digital sign and have it scroll across.
Hopefully, if you're really intrigued, this is enough to get you to a website. You can sort it out from there. I don't.
We do have 2 other marquees down in the waterfront that we can work on.
That is true.
3 to add more information to those as well.
Yes, directories.
And or kiosks.
Right.
Eventually.
Soon.
Okay, any changes?
No changes, just an input for Jordis to consider. Recreation to pick up, I mean, is there something more direct? Recreation, water recreation, just an idea.
Yeah.
To capture. About Seaside. It hasn't.
Recreation of some type.
Sport fishing.
Recreation rentals.
Okay, I think we're done with this one.
Okay, we've got 7. We'll inquire about thicker font. We'll see if this number of caricatures is
designable.
Yeah, is acceptable to our expert. And if it is, it'll come back as a consent calendar item with those iterations. If it's not, if it's more deliberative, I'll put it on as a discussion as soon as we're ready.
Thank you.
One thing I did note of interest, and I'm not asking any changes, is, if the font underneath the sign and the little banner does not seem to be the same font as the logo. So it looks like she intentionally chose a different font there, which surprised me, but she's the graphic artist.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Okay. We'll inquire. Thank you for the input.
Discussion and possible action regarding the installation of a public boat launch ramp on Mole D.
While the team here is queuing up, I did want to make sure, and you noted this, we did circulate very clearly in the blue folder option E. It was buried pretty deep in the packet. We had some inquiries about where can I find option E? So
I was looking for what changed.
Yeah. With that observation, I talked to Greg yesterday. He's like, okay, let's make it very plain in the blue folder what we're referring to when we say option E. It's clearly going to be part of our PowerPoint.
But it's identical to what was already in the package.
Yes, it is. It is. It's just
because I'm comparing. I'm going.
That was my question too.
It was page 523 in the packet, and it wasn't titled, and we just thought it would be safer for everybody to clearly understand what we were doing here. So,
yeah.
With that, Greg, why don't you take it away?
Thank you. Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director. I've got Dave Shirobi here. He's our Senior Management Analyst. He's going to walk you through a presentation starting with how we plan to pay for this boat launch, the steps that are necessary, the time frame associated with these steps, and what we're looking for you from tonight in terms of direction. I also have Catherine here, Catherine Buck. She's the Waterfront Manager. All of us are here to answer any questions. We also have our outside consultant with Moffitt and Nichol, Jerry Holcomb. He's here to answer any technical questions that you may have. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave to walk you through it.
Great. Thank you, Greg, and good evening, Council. My name is Dave Shirobi. I'm Senior Management Analyst with the Waterfront Economic Development Department. If you bear with me, I'm going to be guiding you guys through our presentation this evening on the public boat launch. I'm going to be giving you a brief history, a summary of our recent workshop that we just held on it, the Harbor Commission discussion, and what our next steps are moving forward. So this project is going to be funded by DBAW, which is the Division of Boating and Waterways. Now, DBAW will pay for the construction and permitting process for this boat launch 100%. But there are some caveats. First, the city needs to complete some responsibilities on our end, which is really why we're kind of here before you tonight. So what we're seeking is City Council's approval to move forward with an application for the DBAW grant to be due on February 2nd of 2026. And that will be for the 2026-2027 funding round for this rolling grant. Now, this is an annual grant that's put out by DBAW. And for us to move forward with our application, we need two things. One is a resolution from City Council authorizing us to apply for the grant to ensure that the application is in alignment with the City Council's vision. The second thing we need is to identify a preferred location for the boat launch. Now, in 2022, City Council approved the amenities plan, which called for staff to begin the process of constructing this boat launch on Moldy. Now, Moldy is fairly large, and in working with our contractor, Moffitt & Nichol, as well as past experience working with the local community, narrowed it down to a few options. So tonight, we're seeking City Council's input on those options so we can move forward to draft that resolution to apply for the grant. And in that application, we need to have a preferred location. So there's been some discussion about timeline in some of the other items, and I wanted to go over that with you briefly tonight as well. Here's a brief glimpse of our expected timeline. Now, the dates you see are primarily driven by DBAW's grant calendar, as well as the state budget cycle. So this summer of 2025, we completed our technical studies, which include the demand study, the coastal hazards study, traffic and parking and circulation, et cetera. In September of 2025, we held a public workshop over at the Redondo Beach Library that captured community input and showed them the pros and cons of 3 locations and gathered their feedback. Now, in October of 2025, Harbor Commission reviewed the 3 locations, plus a 4th location proposed by Moffitt & Nichol based on the feedback received at the workshop to make a recommendation. Now, that brings us to today. The November 2025 City Council action to begin the discussion and hopefully adopt a resolution will be authorizing that application for the 2026-2027 cycle. And that council action also signals to our partners and regulators that the city's aligned behind a preferred concept. In February 2026, when the DBAW application is due, we'll submit that resolution along with our grant package. And then it's not until January of 2027 when DBAW will be transmitting its final funding recommendations to the state for inclusion in the state's fiscal year 27-28 budget. We're expected to hear back in July of 2027 when the state budget is formally adopted and the boat launch grant awards are formally announced. And then between fall of 2027 and winter of 2028, we're expecting to receive that grant agreement, take it before City Council for approval, and then from that date of execution, DBAW requires completion of the project within 3 years.
Before you leave that slide, since you're on timeline, I'm assuming in parallel, we'll be getting the approval of the Coastal Commission. Is that correct? That's not tacked on to the end of this because that would put the 3 years in jeopardy.
We could certainly streamline and do just that because our earnest money, the $650,000 that's paying for this process right now, did include entitlements as well.
Right.
So absolutely.
So that'll be in parallel.
Yep.
Okay.
So I also want to introduce the team that's been working on this project so far. Moffitt & Nichol, our contractor, has a lot of experience successfully designing and constructing boat launches, including ones in coastal zones such as ours. They've also partnered with SWA, who have a long history with the city, as well as both in boat launches and with the public amenities plan, where they gathered extensive public feedback that has been vital to the path forward for this grant application. Moffett Nickel has a lot of experience working in King Harbor. They've completed 12 successful projects here in our harbor recently. They may have completed some few others that I'm not aware of, but they've done a lot of good work here. And Jerry Holcomb, as Greg mentioned, is here with us tonight. Not only is he helping us manage this project from Moffett Nickel's side, but he's also a local boater. So he understands, the unique waterfront area that we have and that we want to preserve here. So in selecting a preferred location, there's a number of factors that staff and Moffett Nickel needed to consider. Now, location could be dependent on wave and storm surge conditions, traffic and parking impacts, impacts on surrounding businesses, environmental impact, waterway navigation, and DBAW and Coastal Commission requirements for permitting and for the grant. One key to be considered is that we must adhere to these requirements to secure the necessary grant money and permits to construct the boat launch. Now I'm going to go over briefly the history of this boat launch in Redondo Beach. Since 1959, Redondo has considered nearly 20 locations for constructing a public boat launch. Extensive research in the past has focused on Mole A, B, C, and D. Mole A was found to have issues with storm surges overtopping the break wall, as well as conflict with the existing yacht club and concerns about boat traffic. Mole B was found to be far too small to accommodate the necessary turnaround space and parking for the boat launch, as well as boat traffic concerns, conflicts with the existing Lanaquila Club, Harbor Patrol facility, and traffic extending into the main channel. Additionally, there were concerns that boats waiting to use the launch could back up and block Marina Way. Mole C was considered and found to have similar issues, with concerns about boat trailers backing up and blocking Portofino Way, as well as concerns with wave attenuation, parking, and conflict with the existing businesses there. And Mole C is also the location of the future Waterfront Education Center. So that leaves us with Mole D, with which a boat launch working group was launched as part of the amenities plan that ultimately landed on Mole D as it had the most available space, which gives us a lot more flexibility in what kind of boat launch we can design. So that made it really the best option out of all these locations in the harbor. Now, keep in mind, not only do we have to adhere to DBAW standards and Coastal Commission's requirements, but we also have here in Redondo Beach Measure C. Now, Measure C requires that the boat launch have 2 lanes, that it be located a safe distance from the hand launch. It must result in no net loss of slips. It must be able to operate in normal surge conditions. It must avoid where waves overtop the break wall. It must be designed to accommodate, street legal trailerable boats. And it must have 60 trailer spaces or 30 per lane within 500 feet of the ramp. And it must obviously meet all DBAW guidelines. Now, Moffett Nickel has experience navigating these requirements. They've done this before. One of the reasons why we picked them for this project. So, how can we build a boat launch that is both a permittable structure, but also that adheres to the needs of the local community? How do we foster a cohesive waterfront experience that benefits boaters, but also visitors to the waterfront who are out for a walk or want to patronize and enjoy one of the many great local restaurants and businesses that we have here? That's why we're here, to kind of get that type of feedback and show you our logic. Now, throughout the public amenities plan, SWA spent about a year gathering feedback and held multiple public outreach meetings, had online surveys, pop-up events that solicited feedback from the local residents on what features for a public boat launch people wanted to see. And you can see some of those results here on the screen in the bottom right there. For this project, SWA is building upon years and years worth of public outreach that was conducted, going all the way back to the amenities plan, as I mentioned. We also got some extra feedback on top of that from our workshop and from Harbor Commission. So as we continue moving forward with this project, we plan to incorporate these into the final design, but that's not really what we're here to discuss tonight. We're really here to discuss the location. So Mole D goes all the way from the International Boardwalk all the way up to where you can see Seaside Lagoon is. You can see it indicated here on our map with that blue line. That indicates the existing path of the pedestrian promenade as it currently exists. And keep in mind, in the future, the amenities plan calls for this to be further improved and expanded in the future. So we wanted to select a boat launch location that integrates as seamlessly as possible with that future project. Now, Area A, what's labeled there, that's the section of the waterfront promenade that was identified in the amenities plan. And again, this needs to be reserved as much as possible to ensure that future access for pedestrians to enjoy the waterfront. The area labeled B is the existing drive aisle for vehicles to enter and exit the mole. The area labeled C is the existing boat hoist. This structure is going to be decommissioned in the future with the installation of the boat launch. And then the area that's labeled D is the existing marina slip tenant's restroom. Now keep in mind, DBA will pay to replace this structure with new restrooms that are ADA compliant and usable by the liveaboards in Basin 3. I now have on the screen here a map that shows some of the coastal conditions from the analysis that was conducted by Moffitt and Nickel on the existing moldy area. Now, these studies are available in your packet of information, and they identify which locations in Moldy are most exposed to storm surges and adverse wave conditions. As you can see here on the screen, in the Moffitt and Nickel set up a series of little buoys. You can kind of see what they look like in the upper right here. And they're designed to measure those wave conditions, storm conditions, any other various conditions that could affect the waters in the harbor. And if you look down below, you can see the data that they collected. On the right there, you have on the left there, you have kind of like a heat map. And the green areas and the red areas indicate where the most significant waves and storm conditions were found. And the blue areas see less wave impact and represent calmer waters. So you'll notice that if you look up near Seaside Lagoon and where the hand launch is there, that these are the areas where the waves were the most intense. But also along the western side of Moldy as well, we still saw some wave attenuation there. And as you can see, the wave conditions will be different depending on the location of the boat ramp. And this data really helped to better inform us of what the different locations we wanted to consider for building of this boat launch. Now, if the boat launch is located in one of the red or green areas, then storm surges would likely have more significant of an impact, and therefore more wave protection would be required, more mitigation would be required. If the boat launch is located in one of the blue areas where storm surges has less of an impact, then the ramp would not need as much protection because the waves would be not as great. And keep in mind that Measure C has language in the requirements that the boat launch not be located in a high surge area. So you'll see as we move forward with the locations for this ramp how these waves we're seeing in the harbor influence those options. Now, Moffitt and Nickel also conducted as part of their studies a boat launch usage demand study. Now, this is a study that is actually required by DBA as part of the grant application. And it looked at what the closest boat launches that currently exist in the area are. And it also considered that if we build a boat launch here in King Harbor, how many people will use it? And the main results that came from this study are that, number one, yes, there is demand. People would use a boat launch located in Redondo Beach. And that two, the launch lanes are appropriate for two launch lanes are appropriate for this launch. And those two launch lanes would require 60 parking spaces. So you'll notice that this complies with Measure C. So this study is in alignment with both DBA requirements and Measure C. Now, Moffitt and Nickel also conducted a parking and traffic circulation study. And in it, they studied 6 of the closest intersections and concluded that the level of service would be acceptable with the addition of this boat launch. Now, keep in mind that Mole D is the largest mole that we have here in King Harbor, and the parking study determined that approximately 60 parking spaces would be required in compliance with Measure C. Now, the existing site has 719 parking stalls, which will provide enough parking after the construction of the boat launch to accommodate all the existing uses from the existing structures, as well as the boat launch. That would leave us with 525 stalls after the construction of the boat launch. So obviously, we would be losing some parking to traffic and circulation, but overall, we would still have an excess of parking for all the launch requirements and the existing structures that are down there. Now, I want to start first by getting into the options that were shown at the public workshop on September 23rd. The first option that I want to show you guys is what we dubbed Option A. Now, Option A positions the boat launch the furthest south along the mole. Now, Option A has the shortest ramp length because if you recall from that heat wave attenuation map that we looked at earlier, this option is the furthest into the blue area, which means this location is the most protected from waves and storm surges. This option also provides the most similar traffic circulation to the existing boat hoist that's currently there because they're kind of similarly positioned and located. So there'd be less impact on the parking and circulation, less wave attenuation that would have to be mitigated. However, this location has some significant disadvantages. The big one, and the one that we saw the most from members of the public at the workshop and at Harbor Commission, is that this location provides the narrowest channel width for the launching of vessels. Now, to meet DBAW standards for the grant, the boat launch must provide minimum 50 feet from toe of the ramp out for the launching space, plus 30 feet for the direction of boat traffic entering and exiting Basin 3. That's for each direction. Now, this option does provide 130 feet of space, so option A does meet those minimum requirements from DBAW, and it does work in terms of providing space for the launching of vessels. However, this option provides the least amount of space compared to the other options. That said, Moffitt & Nickel does feel that this one would be most likely to receive permits from regulatory agencies and likely would be the lowest cost. But again, this option provides the least amount of navigable space for vessels. We got a lot of public feedback on that, and that is why we went on and want to show you some more options here. Now, without further ado, this also brings us to option B. Now, we heard from the community that there were some concerns, as I mentioned, at the workshops with narrow channel space for option A. And option B provides more navigable space, but at the cost of the ramp having a little more of an impact on the surrounding area, somewhat more wave exposure, and a little more of an impact on the environment. But option B works. It provides an extra 40 feet of navigable space for watercraft, more than option A. Provides a total of 170 feet of space across the channel. Costs are expected to be a little bit higher than option A, but again, this location still works. Moffitt & Nickel also considered a number of locations along the western side of Mole D, and each of them had some drawbacks. You can see from the staff report packet an example of all of the different locations along this side of the mole that they considered, but the main one that I want to show you tonight is the one that was shown at the workshop and Harbor Commission, which is option C, as we've dubbed it. Now, all the locations considered along the western side of Mole D were found to have those issues with wave attenuation, if you recall from that heat wave map. Now, this side of the mole is the most impacted by surges and wave attenuation. And one of the potential benefits of option C is that it potentially provides the most navigable space for vessels that are launching, and it has the least impact on vessels that are entering and exiting of Basin 3. Because, you know, it's kind of tucked away here. However, option C still does have some more drawbacks, as I mentioned. It will require the construction of a sheet pile wall to protect against wave attenuation. And again, this is a shield that will protect both the ramp that's launching the vessels as well as Mole D as a whole from storm surges and uprush that accompanies them. Now, this option is the closest to the entrance on Harbor Drive, so it would be easy for trailerable boats to locate, but it would also provide the least amount of space for vehicle circulation, turnaround space, and it would also come directly into conflict with the pedestrian promenade that we talked about earlier that's a part of the amenities plan. Now, because of the sheet pile wall, the length of the ramp, the wave attenuation, option C would have most likely the most impact on the ocean floor as well. And because of that, Moffitt & Nickel believes that because of all these reasons, option C would likely have the most regulatory and permitting obstacles. And that could also increase the cost of it as well. For those of you who don't know what a sheet pile wall is, I have an example here of what one looks like. You know I brought up the term a few times, so this is an example. A sheet pile wall will protect the ramp and Mole D from storm surges, but it could pose an additional navigational obstacle for vessels, for handcraft that are being launched, and it could also, as I mentioned, have a negative impact on the environment because we're gobbling up navigable space in the harbor to build this big concrete structure. Now, the height of the sheet pile wall could be as high as 10 to 15 feet. And if you look at the diagram that I showed you previously, that sheet pile wall would likely need to be constructed in the shape of an L, if you go look here at the diagram, which would shield the ramp but further limit the launch space that vessels have to navigate when launching from the ramp. So again, it would meet the minimum 50 feet required by DBAW, but could prove to be a little bit tight. So on September 23rd, we held a public workshop at the Redondo Beach Library to solicit feedback from the public on the locations that were identified originally for this grant application. Now, the workshop was well attended and received a lot of valuable feedback from the public on these locations for A, B, and C. Some of the feedback was also received that referred to a fourth location near R10, which is very similar to a past location that was considered and found to be unworkable because it required the removal of slips, which, if you recall, is prohibited by Measure C. Generally, the feedback on the location options was split. So Moffitt and Nickel came up with an additional option that we call option E, which is a compromise. And we're going to go over that a little bit later in the presentation. Again, these are some of the boat launch amenities that were mentioned in the amenities plan. These are all going to be incorporated in the final design. It's not really what we're here to talk about tonight, but just for your reference, you can kind of see the feedback that was received from the public previously. Now, at the public workshop, we asked attendees to describe their relationship with King Harbor. Many of them indicated that they were boaters or yacht club members, but there was also a significant number of business owners that were present as well, too. Now, most attendees indicated that they visit the waterfront often, either daily or weekly. And the number one reason attendees gave for visiting the harbor was for recreational boating. And the second most popular reason was for dining or patronizing the local businesses in the harbor, followed by enjoying the pedestrian bike paths and, scenic locations that we've come to enjoy. Attendees also indicated that one of their top concerns was boater traffic safety, followed by protection from waves and minimizing conflicts with pedestrians and vehicles. Attendees surveyed, 22 said they either don't launch boats or were unlikely to use the boat launch, whereas 17 indicated that they're either likely or very likely to use it. Now, we took two quizzes, two surveys of the attendees, one before the question and answer session and another one after. This is the results of the first survey that was taken towards the beginning of the meeting. And attendees indicated that they favored option C, with option A coming in a close second place. Now, a second survey was taken after the questions and answers discussion. And in that survey, option C remained in first place, with option A and B tied then for second place.
Quick question, if I could, Mayor, for Dave. It looks like from the first survey to the second survey, maybe some of the surveyed people left. Is it fewer folks involved? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not sure. It's not really apples to apples. One way, we don't know who left, who stayed.
Right. And every question in the survey was optional. And, not every attendee chose to answer every question in the survey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Now, overall, the community expressed concerns with, all three of the options. And based on public feedback from the workshop, as well as some very valuable input from our public boat launch subcommittee of the Harbor Commission, we partnered with Moffitt and Nickel to create what we dubbed option E. Option E serves as sort of a compromise between option A and B. So the ramp was oriented more of a 45-degree angle, which is, as far as it could be rotated without requiring a sheet pile wall being needed to protect against wave attenuation. Now, this option would also provide an additional 30 feet of navigational space compared to option A, for a total of 160 feet entering and exiting Basin 3. It also only provides 10 feet less compared to option B. So this would provide a safer, more controllable exit relevant to the prevailing winds, and it would also be more harmonious with the boat and pedestrian traffic that we saw with some options with A and B. Now, option E also preserves the general traffic circulation of option A, and it received a favorable reception due to increasing the navigable space while protecting the mole from wave uprush, protecting the existing businesses. And Harbor Commission, in reviewing this option, acknowledged that, picking a location is difficult, as there really is no perfect location anywhere in the harbor or Moldy, but that option E ultimately provides the most advantages and the least drawbacks. It maintains as many of the pros of option A and B while minimizing their drawbacks as much as possible. So at the October 13th Harbor Commission, the commission voted unanimously to recommend staff bring to City Council for recommendation to apply for the BLF grant using option E. Now, option E also received the full support of the Boat Launch Subcommittee, and some members of the public have also voiced their support for it as well. So this option is sort of, as I mentioned, a happy compromise between options A and B. Harbor Commission also obviously wanted to highlight that ultimately the final design must also carefully consider on-site circulation, protection for pedestrians, location of queuing docks, and more. And that final design, those final considerations will be addressed by staff and Moffitt & Nichol once the grant is awarded. So we still have more work to do there. But ultimately, staff is recommending that we tonight receive and file the report, and that council directs staff to return at a future date with a resolution. We're targeting November 18th for this, with a resolution to apply for the boat launch facility grant using option E as a preferred location. At this point, I'd like to hand it back over to Greg and Mike. We do have Jerry Holcomb with us from Moffitt & Nichol. He's also here to help answer any questions if you guys have any.
And if I could, Mayor, thank you, Dave. Very thorough presentation. Appreciate Moffitt & Nichol's work on this and the full team. This has been a long time coming. This is our, umpteenth attempt at trying to get to an application before DBA. We've been very close several times before. Hopefully tonight we're able to get ourselves over the finish line and get a grant in the hopper, so to speak. We very much expect DBA to support our grant application as part of their upcoming cycle. It will take a few years. One thing I want
and they've been participating in the meetings, correct?
They have. They've been very supportive. They're very eager for this application to come. They've been looking at Redondo Beach for years, hoping at some point we would be able to site a ramp. It has not been easy. It's been a challenge. I mean, I've been here 20 years. I've been involved in probably 40 boat launch ramp meetings or more. This would be great. We're excited about option E. We think it is the best available siting for the facility. But what I want the council to understand is what we're really picking tonight is boat launch orientation, where it's entering the navigable waters, what sort of conflicts it creates by entering the navigable waters, how it's accessed from the land side from a vehicle traffic circulation standpoint, what it does for allowances for parking. Everything after that is really going to be subject to final design, as Dave said. The location of the restrooms, the location of the FOSS building, whether or not we have a lookout, a pedestrian promenade that takes you down towards the water's edge, or if we have open space. What we do ultimately with the commercial buildings that are either west or east or both of the final boat ramp and parking space. We have all of that flexibility in front of us as part of the final plans and specifications as we complete them over the next couple of years. Really tonight is the primary elements of the launch site facility. That's what we're after. So I just want to make sure we don't get too hung up in the accoutrements associated with the ramp. We're really looking at orientation and egress, ingress into the mole from that space. So appreciate all the work. Jason May's here. Harbor Patrol's been very much involved in analyzing these various options. They've raised concerns as they've come forward. They too very much agree with option E as the preferred location. I think that's important to note here. This isn't just the sort of siting committee. This is from a Harbor Patrol navigable operations standpoint, very important factor. Another thing that we were pleasantly surprised that we were able to do with this particular option is preserve all existing commercial spaces. You might recall when we did the siting study as part of the broader waterfront plan, the master plan, there was an expectation that by selecting Mole D, we were likely to lose the commercial building that's on the west side of the mole. That was an anticipated outcome based on the preference of Mole D during that effort. The fact that we've identified an option that preserves that is a very positive thing, something that I think we're grateful that we're able to at least determine what we want to do with that space long term, whether it's the existing building or whatever future commercial use the council sees fit. So that's another positive outcome here, not one that was anticipated when we came into this process a couple years ago. So that's just a little bit of context. Again, thank you to the team. We've got Moffitt & Nichol here if you've got questions. We've got Jason May here if you've got questions. And certainly Dave and company are able to answer anything else you might have for waterfront.
Okay, thank you. This was a great and thorough report, and I'm glad we have a universal recommendation coming out of the Harbor Commission. This is, assuming we get through this tonight, a momentous occasion because we've been looking for a place to put this boat ramp since the harbor was built and have never settled on anything. This is the furthest we will have gotten. I do want to foot stomp. I get a number of emails and discussions with members of the public who aren't necessarily boaters, asking why we're putting all this effort into this and why we're prioritizing this. And I will tell you that, one of the things when we were looking at Measure C and we talked to the Coastal Commission, they were upset that they had mandated a boat ramp in the harbor and the city had approved Shade Hotel without putting one in. And so it's the Coastal Commission that had mandated this, and we had to embody it in Measure C to say. So right now we're tied to, we can't expand significantly on commercial development in the harbor without putting the boat ramp in. And so, we've got this hanging out in front of us that's holding up potentially other revitalization in the harbor. So it's important that we're moving out smartly on this and prioritizing it as, I think, the second real project out of the amenities plan. If you could go to the image of option A, I'm glad we're not recommending this. I'm glad the Harbor Commission didn't come up with this. If you go back to the Mole B back in the Center Cal days, this is almost a duplication of what was being proposed for Mole B. The same limited access in the fairway with a lot of boat traffic having to cross right where the boat ramp would be entering. And this one's actually even exacerbated. The width was almost the same. I think that was 125 feet instead of 130. But here, what we didn't have in Mole B, which was eventually defeated because of its shortcomings, on the left side of Basin 1 there, you have Paddle House renting out paddle boards that come across right at that corner. On the right side, the lower right, you have Captain Jake's that rents kayaks, SUPs, and those paddle boats, which are very unmaneuverable. So you have that. On top of that, this is busy commercial part of the harbor. There's multiple sport fishing boats that are pulling out and coming back multiple times a day, whale watching boats. You've got the smaller actual commercial fishermen going in and out regularly to tend their traps and nets and all of that. And then you have the regular, you have the Foss boat that goes out to tend the tankers going into the refinery at El Segundo. So you've got this large boat traffic mixed with these inexperienced rentals of human-powered craft crossing right at the narrowest part of the mouth of that basin, and you would have inexperienced boaters using the boat ramp cutting right into that. And I like what Chief Mahoney calls them, what does he call them, grinders, or I forget what he calls them, but he has a great term for it where basically you got props coming into people who are in the water, which is a dangerous situation.
Blender.
Blender, that's it, a blender. Yes. So this one is actually worse than what we fought in the Center Cal days with the Mole B boat ramp. So I'm so glad, and I hope the council does not go for this version. If you go to the option C picture, one of the things is the wave uprush and the pile walls there that you have to put in. That would be substantial impact to navigation. The youth fleet uses that for navigation training quite a bit. It would create blind spots. But also importantly to remember, if you look at where the surge was the hottest in there, that whole queuing dock that's shown there would be exposed. It's not covered by anything that would block the waves. So we would have regular repairs of that infrastructure as well. Maybe not shutting down the boat ramp, but you'd have to take away use of that queuing dock while you repair it. And that would, big winter storms could tear that apart. So while I actually I like some aspects of this, that combined with the awkward traffic flow through there kind of kiboshes it for us. E was remarkable. I know, Mike, you even have a hand in this, so I want to give some kudos to you. But this seems to address everything. I think it's a good compromise. So I'm pleased to see that is what came out of the Harbor Commission. With that, I'll turn to Councilmember Waller. You've got your hand up.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. of all the options, when it first started, A was a non-starter for me just because of the channel width. So I'm very happy that we were able to come up with option E, that it's unanimously supported by pretty much all of the organizations we had input from. So I'm very comfortable with E. Couple of my questions. Do we spend money on the construction and design and permitting before or after DBA sends us funding?
So there's two choices. I think our hope is that DBA would fund all of the substantive construction drawings, the subsequent entitlement phase, bidding, and implementation of the ramp, facility implementation of the ramp. Now, we have available funds in the CIP that would allow us to accelerate some of that pre-entitlement work that could allow us to bring that coastal more quickly. My hope is, and I was going to direct Greg to look at this following tonight's outcome, is that we can get a letter of no prejudice from DBA. So if we spend money on some of the more final design work to try to accelerate plans and specs, that we can be reimbursed for that even after the funding agreement is awarded. Sometimes agencies like DBA, Metro, et cetera, state, they'll accept a letter of no prejudice where they'll say, look, we recognize you've got an application in, and we'll start your zero date now if you're awarded, and we will reimburse you for those expenses if you're awarded. So it's almost a conditional approval, which gives us comfort that, hey, we can go ahead and accelerate the design. I don't know if DBA will do that in this instance. I don't know if that's something we've specifically asked them.
I can certainly ask. I will say they don't cover the entitlement process. That is what is being covered in the money that was already funded for this exercise. So we are anticipating to keep going.
But the design work, if we were to try to accelerate that to get closer to bidding, I think we can pursue a letter of no prejudice. So I don't think we'll be done with entitlement by the time we'll have heard back on our final award. So I think the two are going to line up well, but our anticipation is the construction drawings will be funded by the grant.
How sure are we that the grant actually does get funded? Because part of my concern is California is going to go look at declining revenue, budget, something like that, and go, we're going to defer this by a few years. Meanwhile, we just spent $3.5 million on something, and we're waiting and hoping to be paid.
Oh, no, we should probably put this in a more clear order of magnitude. The entitlement funding at this point that we'll need to get in front of coastal is not that much more money, correct? I mean,
no, it's already funded in the $650,000.
Yeah, it's already covered by the $650,000. So I don't think we have any additional appropriation associated with that work. The plans and specification work that will engender more expense, we're going to wait for confirmation from DBA.
So we'll get the grant before we spend that kind of money.
Yes, and I do think, even though the state's got its own fledgling budget issues, DBA has a pocket of funds that sort of trails budgets. It's not necessarily subject to annual operating expense, and we do believe that they will have funding for our application, unless you tell me otherwise.
No, that's correct.
All right, as long as you guys are confident that we're not going to spend money on things in advance, then I'm very happy to, move forward and see this back on November 18th. That's it for me.
Can I just clarify that point?
Yeah, I'm done.
So we're not allocating any more money to this project. It is fully funded from the city's perspective and side. Any money coming forward will be from an outside entity, grant funding, that will get this done and across the finish line.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like no one else has their hand up. Do you need a motion on this, or?
Yeah, because we're going to need to come back with a formal resolution, as Dave said, on the 18th, that'll cite
And the
this.
motion you want is just to receive and file and to
direct us
pick an option.
to direct us to prepare a resolution that identifies option E's as the preferred location as part of our grant application.
So moved. Go for it.
I'll move. It's his district.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. With that, we'll open up to the public. I have one card, Lee Collar. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Staff, Lee Collar, District 3, and the Harbor Commissioner. And I'm very happy to see this moving forward today. It sounds like you're all already in agreement. Harbor Commission looked at this. None of these options are perfect, and we're very happy when option E came out. I personally originally liked option C, but for many of the reasons the mayor mentioned, especially that sheet pile wall, which I just couldn't get myself around. Threw that out, and I'm very happy, I think, with the direction the ramp is going now, that meets the problems that some of the sailors have identified. It's got enough room to maneuver, and even the traffic flow is almost as good as with option A. So thank you very much. I look forward to being back on the 18th when this is all approved to actually file for the grant.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater and proud member of the King Harbor Public Amenities Working Group a couple of years ago that, as you saw, we recommended this location. And that was an interesting process for me because at that point, I'd been involved with boat ramp discussions for over 20 years. And I had pluses and minuses on C and D, okay? And we could have made one work at C. But during that process, I kind of started from scratch, and I made some columns on a piece of paper and started listening to everyone and anything anybody could say. And it was funny. I didn't think old dog could learn new tricks, but listening to everybody, I said, wow, this is becoming lopsided. Mole D was coming out as way better. So I'm glad we stayed at Mole D. I want to compliment and thank city staff, Moffett Nickel, the Harbor Commission subcommittee. This was not an easy task, or we would have done it decades ago, okay? And the process worked the way you would hope a process would work. They showed us drawings, and as they mentioned, they got some pretty strong critiques from the commercial folks in Basin 3, and they got some serious critiques from our boaters. And one of the things the boaters were able to bring to the table was the wind angles. There's actually, I don't think, anything in the Department of Boating Away guidelines about that, okay? But, we pointed out the A and B drawings. The sailboats without auxiliary power would have been coming in on a beam reach, their fastest point of sail, and crashing into everything. And everybody was great about listening to that. And with Measure E, they rotated as much as they could 45 degrees into the wind, which is be a super safe egress for the sailboats without auxiliary power. Then coming in, they put a substantial amount of 45-degree angle upwind dockage. So those boats will be able to come in, spin up into the wind, stop, drop their sails, and they can bring their boats around the corner. So it will all work. I think just two things that weren't mentioned in the latest admin report. One was the option A and B wind eagles I just talked about. The other one was option C. The mayor mentioned it. That's where the Youth Foundation does training and people drop sails. So that kind of makes everything complete on that. And I think that's about it. I'm just in a really good mood that we're getting after all these years to this point. Thank you to everyone involved for your hard work.
Okay, I think you're the only two in the audience. Anyone online?
I have no hands online. I have 2 comments, 1 support, and 1 opposes. That's it for the record.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor and a second for receive and file and bring back a resolution that puts it in option E. So with that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Just before we go on, I just want to congratulate, like you just said, everyone literally in the room, from Moffett and Nichols to, we can call you Harbor Commission / boaters, to the Harbor Patrol, to city staff. For generations, it seems like, I think there were 22 sites on the map where potential ramps had been contemplated, but we finally have crossed the milestone of selecting locations. So congratulations to everyone who's been involved, and thank you for all your help and hard work.
Okay, thank you. Now going on to N2, this is discussion and possible action regarding the process to consider amending our LCP, our local coastal program, to address parking requirements for marina slips.
Yeah, thank you. Again, Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director. Happy to bring this strat plan item before you tonight. I have Mio Iwasaki, an analyst with the Waterfront Department, the one that you haven't heard from yet today, so I thought I'd bring her along and walk you through the PowerPoint presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Mio.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Mayor Light and City Council. My name is Mio Iwasaki with the Waterfront and Economic Development Department. I'm here tonight along with our Director, Greg Kapovich, to present an overview of the costs and process to consider potential adjustments to the marina slip parking requirements. So a quick overview. This item stems from City Council's strategic plan direction to determine if the existing parking requirement for marina slips continues to reflect actual parking demand in our harbor. Currently, the city's local coastal program, or LCP, and municipal code require 3/4 of an off-street parking space per boat slip. The goal here is to evaluate whether that standard accurately reflects current parking demand and best practices in the harbor. It's important to mention that while any changes to the municipal code is governed by the City Council, the approving body for an LCP amendment is the California Coastal Commission. And city staff have consulted with Coastal Commission staff and confirmed that in order to consider an LCP amendment, we would need to provide a parking study to substantiate any changes. For tonight's discussion, staff reached out to Fair and Peers, a nationally recognized transportation and parking consulting firm, to provide a rough estimate of what a parking demand study would cost. If council decides to move forward with the study, staff would conduct a competitive bid process and request quotes from multiple consultants. The preliminary cost estimate for this work is approximately $35,000, and the study consists of two components or phases. The data collection phase, estimated at $4,000, would include compiling a full inventory of marina parking stalls. So that would include ADA stalls, boater reserved spaces, and public parking. And this phase would also entail conducting hourly occupancy counts on both a weekday and weekend day to capture demand patterns. The data analysis portion, estimated at $31,000, would involve preparing summary tables and graphics of the parking demand data, reviewing peer jurisdictions such as Marina del Rey, San Pedro, Long Beach, Newport Beach, and Dana Point, evaluating potential ratio adjustment options, and then providing recommendations based on the findings. The total estimated cost is $35,000, which is available in our department's budget. If council provides direction to proceed, the first step would be to open the competitive bid process and enter into an agreement with the consultant, which would take about 3 months. The study itself would also take approximately 3 months to complete. And once finalized, staff would return to council with the results and recommendations. If the study recommends adjusting the parking ratio and council supports this, the next step would be to initiate zoning ordinance and LCP amendments. The zoning ordinance process through the Planning and Harbor Commissions and City Council would take roughly 3 to 4 months, followed by Coastal Commission review of the LCP amendment, which generally takes another 4 to 6 months. So tonight, staff is seeking City Council direction on whether to pursue a parking analysis study for marina slips in the Redondo Beach Harbor. If council provides direction to proceed, staff will move forward with soliciting consultant proposals and negotiating an agreement for council consideration. This includes staff's presentation, and we are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mio. Just another contextual observation from my end. You may ask, hey, what value does this bring the overall waterfront? Why do this? Why spend the money? If you go down Harbor Drive any day, weekday, weekend, what you'll likely observe is a lot of vacancy in the parking lots that are dedicated to marina use. So whether it's Port Royal's parking lots, spaces assigned to Majestic's Marina in Basin 1, Portofino, et cetera, I think there's a strong case to be made that we're overparked when it comes to assigned parking for slip users. If the parking analysis, if it's conducted, determines that that is indeed the case, it's going to allow us to petition and file an application with Coastal to pursue an adjustment to that would then allow us to repurpose those spaces for, I think, more valued uses, whether it's visitor parking, commercial interests, et cetera. So it's going to allow us to be more efficient in our overall utilization of property in the waterfront. It will help our marina operators have more flexibility in how they assign spaces, and I think generally will be accretive to our overall economic development portfolio going forward in the waterfront. So we wouldn't recommend this $35,000 without a hopeful goal in mind. Our expectation and hope with the analysis is that we will have an opportunity to make adjustments to these requirements and better utilize our available space, which is of a premium down there, as you all know, especially as we pursue new economic initiatives in the waterfront.
If I may quickly, so that's the thank you for that, makes sense. That's the recommendation, because I didn't see one in the admin report or here, but that's what you're saying.
That's it.
Do the study.
Do the study, and we don't want to predetermine the outcome of the study, but our hope is that the analysis will show we'll have flexibility and an opportunity to adjust our requirements to put that valuable space to better use.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So I want to jump on what you said. And when we were going through negotiations with Port Royal, I spent 4 hours with Kevin Ketchum. He's one you don't have a short sit down with, of Port Royal. And somehow in that 4 hours of conversation, it got to, you guys require too much parking. And he said he had data studies where his operator down at the site walked through multiple times a day on multiple days and would document how many parking spaces were being used. And his is unique in that those parking spaces are all dedicated to the boaters that are in his marina. And he said, you guys require too much parking. And you could save, for other uses if you adjusted it. And so that's what really started this conversation. And obviously the goal there is, we can see we're eliminating some parking down in the southern parking lot because of the boat ramp. And yet we want to expand potentially businesses down there, and we're constrained by parking, right? Especially by our LCP, the way it's written today. So I'm glad that you're bringing this forward. I'm concerned that we get an outsider like Farron Pierce, who doesn't know our harbor, coming in and evaluating this for multiple reasons. First, as I said, Port Royal is the only clean use where it's just space allocated towards boaters that you can sit there and count and know that those cars, vehicles in there are boating. All the other ones in the south parking lot, you've got the sport fishing stuff, you've got the restaurants, you've got the surf club, you've got Seaside Lagoon, so you have all these other uses that are in there. I think it'd be very difficult to say this much is taken up by boating versus restaurants and all of that. Similarly, Portofino, I mean, they're tight on parking to begin with, and that's mixed with their hotel use and Baleen, and at times their event space. So that's difficult to ferret out how much is actual boaters versus how much is the other uses. Go down to King Harbor and you've got, or up to King Harbor from working our way north, they've got the Bay Foundation in there. They've got an apartment building in there. They've got Lanakeela out at the end of the mole. You've got a park that's out at the end of the mall. You have people coming in and fishing off the Galveston wall there. So there's a lot of uses there that overlap. And on top of that, they're one of the few marinas that have open slips, a lot of open slips. So how do you make equivalent the open slips to the uses? So I'm concerned. I think, somebody needs to guide them as they're going through on what days they're looking at it and how to be sure we're confident with the algorithm or their methodology for figuring out what boat uses and other than the Port Royal marina. And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't turn over Port Royal, with their permission, Port Royal's data that I think will, number one, be gathered more efficiently and effectively and more often, more frequently than the other ones. So
yeah, we're hopeful that data can actually help provide some basis for this study.
And I have some data. I'm cautious to compare it to other facilities, other cities, because each one has its unique circumstances. You know, and they've also got shared uses. If you go down to where my boat is in San Pedro, there's a hotel and restaurants down there. So how is that equivalent? And I don't think there's a standard between the marinas and the different harbors of how much space is allocated in their LCP to slips. So we may be comparing apples and oranges. So I think it's really critical that we have some people who know the harbor holding their hand. I would also hope that we put this through before the results come back to us as it's drafted, it goes through Harbor Commission so they can vet this better than we can, because I think I'm the only boater amongst us in this group. So I think they've got boaters with different perspectives that could help vet that. So that's my hope as we go through with this study.
Yeah, points all well taken. You know, we're going to go out and get quotes from different vendors. Hopefully they'll have localized experience and they'll have a good perspective, as you just raised, on the different contexts and uses that are in our waterfront, and they'll understand the different time of need, et cetera. We're hopeful that this study is a good basis for a lot of things that we would point to down the road. So we want this to be a very stackable document. So, you know, we'll get the proposals. We'll have a scope of work that ultimately, as part of the agreement, the council will approve. And I think there'll be an opportunity to get some of that local input as we go forward.
And I have Port Royal's data, but we should probably get their formal.
We'll get it from
release of
Kevin.
the
I think
data.
we have it. So
Okay.
it'll be part of Port Royal's LCP amendment, I believe, as well. So I think the timing might work together.
Well, and that's the other thing. We only get a certain number of LCP hearings per year with the Coastal Commission. We should smartly bundle them. So with that, anyone on the council? I don't see any hands raised. Anybody want to make a motion?
I move that we move forward with the study as recommended by city manager and staff.
Second.
Okay, with a cap of 35,000, or what's the funding source for that?
It's Greg's professional
You got
services
funds.
budget and waterfront.
We're not allocating.
No, this is part of his general operating budget.
Okay,
I've got existing funds in the waterfront budget.
okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Mayor, who was the second? I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry?
Brad.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening again, Commissioner, Councilman. Nothing wrong with looking at this, okay? I can easily imagine that over the decades, the amount of parking that the slip tenants is using could go down for the very simple reason is that any boater who moves into a slip initially is an enthusiastic, active voter. Let some decades roll by, and as we painfully know, there's just an awful lot of boats that aren't going out very often, okay? So simple logic, we can understand that, yeah, maybe we don't need as much, and so I think studying is a great idea. I just want to caution a little bit that I'm very aware that the Mulby, Outrigger, and slip tenant area is totally maxed out, and people are fighting for space whenever they've got anything big going on there. I'm very aware that over at Portofino, sometimes I have a heck of a time finding a parking place, and I have to beg the Portofino hotel guy, can you get me a fake space someplace where I'm not supposed to be? And he lets me in. So just because over in the unique case of Port Royal, okay, whereas the mayor, well lays out, it's pretty much only marina parking, and there it may be absolutely logical to reduce some of that, but I don't think we want to reduce marina parking necessarily in areas where it's maxing out. We don't want our slip tenants to come driving in for the weekend, and because Portofino's got a bigger event going on, or the Outriggers have a big event going on, they can't park to get to their boats and use them. So let's kind of make sure the apples and oranges there between Port Royal and the other locations. Certainly, I know in our unique situation at King Harbor Yacht Club, where we have our little triangle out there, we are routinely maxed out. Every Thursday night for twilights, we've got people parking illegally. Any kind of big events, we're just wiped out there. And so, we're obviously overflowing. People are having to go out and pay to park in the marina parking. I do not know how much that one max out, so I would encourage you to talk to Mike Aker over at King Harbor Marina, find out how often they're maxing out, because I just don't have a sense of that one. So I hope those cautions are helpful. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone online?
We have no e-comments or Zoom.
Okay, well, I will call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Good report. Okay, jumping down to O, city manager items.
Yeah, just one housekeeping tonight. We, as I mentioned at our last meeting, we do not have a council meeting on November 11th, next Tuesday. It's Veterans Day. City Hall's closed, federal holiday. We will have a council meeting on November 18th, which will be a pretty heavy agenda. We have the public hearing coming back on our smoke shop ordinance. We will have a discussion about the possibility of increase to our local transient occupancy tax and the process associated with that from a ballot standpoint. And we have a couple other items that are in the hopper that'll likely be discussion material as well for that night. So the 18th will be pretty heavy, and we will not have a meeting on the 25th, the week of Thanksgiving. So as you're thinking about your own calendars at home, feel free to plan for some time with families. So we'll be meeting on the 18th, but we'll be dark on the 11th and dark on the 25th. And then we'll be back at it in December.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, we're down to Q, mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Waller.
None today.
Councilmember Castle.
I just have one. I'd like to revisit the beer and wine ability of gas stations to sell beer and wine in the coastal zone. It really comes down to 2 gas stations, but I'd like to look into that again.
I'd second that.
Well, I didn't hear that.
Discuss repealing the prohibition?
I'm sorry?
Discuss repealing the prohibition?
Yes.
On what?
Selling beer and wine at the gas stations in the coastal zone.
The gas station.
Gas stations
Gas
in the
stations.
coastal zone.
They're prohibited.
Carved out.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
None.
And I have none. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. We would be adjourning to the next regular meeting, closed session at 4:30. Regular session at 6 p.m. on November 18th. As the city manager just said, we were skipping next week because of the Veterans Day holiday. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.